All right, we are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? This is Wolf King, and you're watching Wolf King's vids. Okay, so this video is going to be a response to who is it? Antonio Fletcher, who apparently made some video against atheist rangers. What was it, like women's reproductive rights or something? Was that the subject of the video?
Well, he made a response video to a YouTuber by the name of Heather Holder, and I made a response video to that, and now he's making a response video to my response video. But yes, it is about abortion.
Okay. So we have that out of the way. We're gonna watch the video and see if there's any validity to what he's stating. Now, we're probably not gonna watch the whole thing. Like, if he starts to ramble, we're probably gonna move to a different segment of the video. So
yeah,
there's that. Yeah, but anyway. Yeah, come on in, doctor, so you can figure it out. Ah, shit. It has gone full circle. Okay, let's see. What is okay, we got it on there. Let's just screen share. Jeez, what's wrong with me? I'm like an old man with this shit. Okay, there we go. There's you.
Okay, my friends, what's up? Apparently, I got this response from Atheist Ranger, but here's the thing. He's responded to several videos I've done, and
that is true.
I don't need to respond to.
What was that?
I said that is true. I've made response videos to him before.
Yeah, I think I've made at least one response video to what he's made, but he hadn't really given a response, but whatever.
This guy, because I think his reasoning skills are quite terrible. I mean, to be quite frank, he doesn't sound like he's reasoning like he's some sort of elite ranger. He sounds like he's reasoning like one of the putties.
I did make that one was funny.
Oh, really?
I've mildly amusing.
Wow.
This is really, really bad. Just how, just his reasoning skills are just terrible. I'm sorry. As I'm recording this video, I have family around, so if y'all hear a little bit of noise in the background, I apologize. You're gonna have to bear with me. We're not gonna stop family activity just because I'm recording this video, but I got a little bit of time to do this, so.
Okay, let's just.
To my cough, I've been dealing with a cough lately, so please excuse that. So without any further ado, let's get into his nonsense.
By the way, everyone, I'm just gonna let y'all know that I'm not doing this with a script. His reasoning skills are so bad, I didn't even feel the need to even make a script for this.
Okay.
So that's.
Who cares? He's fucking
because this isn't the same thing as being a human child. It lacks a nervous system, a brain, emotions, and all the other requirements for being a human baby at this current point in time.
Now, there are quite a few things which have to be pointed out here. First of all, it's interesting to me when pro-choicers focus so much on how the unborn looks and is developed in the womb.
No, Antonio, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that a zygote is not a person. A gamete is not a person. Those two things don't equal personhood. And no matter how much you try to assign personhood to a zygote or a gamete, he's not a fucking person. I'm sorry.
Okay, there are several things wrong with your argument, sir. The first thing is, number one, you didn't even define what personhood was. You just kind of said, it's not an effing person. You just made a statement. Is that supposed to impress me, guy? That's not an effing person? You honestly think that's an argument, dude? That's just stupid.
It's not. You're right. It's not an argument. It's a fucking scientific fact. Even I'm pretty sure even OGBYNs would even fucking tell you this, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it is like he understands like what a person is, at least in the scientific sense, right? Like he understands that it's a self-sustaining organism. Like that's sort of what a person is. It's not dependent on anyone else in order to be like it's independent as an organism. Like he understands that, right?
Yes.
It has its own DNA. It has its own like organs. It can digest food. I mean, this is simple. This isn't really all that hard to comprehend.
Well, I don't see that. As I just said, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be an argument. I was stating a fact that any OBGYN will be more than happy to tell you.
Mm. All right, moving on.
You stopped screen sharing, by the way.
Yeah, that was an accident.
Okay, I was just letting you know. Wasn't sure if you knew or not.
That's really just dumb, dude. I'm just being frank. That's just dumb. The second thing is you don't realize there are actually a plethora of different states which have laws like the Unborn Protection Act. There's a number of different states that actually do refer to the unborn as a child. This is true. The only caveat that they make is that when the mother decides to terminate the pregnancy, then she can't be prosecuted for it. But
do you know what he's talking about? Because I've heard of this law before, but I never really researched it. So
I think he's referring to like the trimester like thing, because I mean, it's my understanding that if like you find out like if you're pregnant in the first trimester, like you could still get rid of the fetus. But like if it gets too far off, like in the third trimester, I mean that would be too late. So
yeah,
I mean, like, is he really saying something of?
Well, I think maybe he's referring to the fact that in the law they call it a baby, and so fucking what? If that's his point.
No, I mean like, if that's the case, then all he's saying is that there's a degree to where you would call it like a child at that point, and it's like that's not really controversial. That's like, I mean that's sort of like a trivial point to make.
Exactly. Well, go ahead.
I was just gonna say like there's a point where like the fetus is still dependent on the mother, and if she finds out at a certain time before like I think the third trimester, like you could still like it could still be getting rid of. So
yeah, I mean, and to bring up the obvious point that I always bring up, I mean, to sit there and say that a zygote and gamete as a baby, I mean that's to me that's no different from saying, well, a human baby is an adult. It's not.
Yes, yeah, sort of like the law of identity, like in the laws of logic, like A equals A, So I mean, yeah, that would be contradictory to try and say it's a child by that point. Like that's silly.
other than that, the unborn is actually treated like a child in a whole lot of states. So when you say that, the unborn child isn't a person, you're just downright incorrect. And
not.
the next thing is, when does a person come into play? Does it happen magically, through the birth canal? Does it happen when the unborn's head sticking out the womb halfway through delivery? When the heck does it happen?
If you're gonna ask me, I would say brain activity, nervous system, and heartbeat. All three of those things combined. That's just my personal. I don't want to say preference. That's just my personal opinion.
Look it up. Like after that gradual process of growth, that would be like it would be developing like once it gains biological independence, or at least it getting close to that end stage. Then yeah,
exactly.
Like that probably like the closest thing.
And it's not magic. It's science, Antonio. It's not magic. This is just science. I mean, at the beginning, it's not a person. Towards the end, it is. I know that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like basic biology.
Exactly.
Does it happen at 25 weeks, 2 seconds? Does it happen at 31 weeks,
Okay, move
3
on,
seconds?
Dude. You're just rambling on now.
Yeah, you just basically just ran your mouth and said it's not a person. But
okay.
Even she admits herself later in the video that most abortions happen in the first trimester. In the first trimester, which ranges from week 1 to about week 12, arms and legs are clearly visible by around the 8th to 9th week period. So even in the first trimester, trimester time frame in which most abortions are happening, you're still practically and realistically looking at abortions which are not just killing what looks to be like the pig you see here. Second,
okay, yeah, that is true that 90% of abortions are done in the first trimester. However, and this is a fact that I know that has been brought to your attention, 90% of first trimester abortions happen before 8 weeks. So realistically speaking, yes, that's what's being taken out of a woman's body is just a cluster of cells. I know that you pro-lifers hate that term, but yes, that's what's being taken out of a woman's body. But literally 9 times out of 10, that is what's being taken out of a woman's body is just a cluster of cells. Sorry to disappoint you.
okay, man, here's the thing, guy. You're actually going to disappoint yourself because, number one, your fact is just dead wrong, okay? If you look up when most abortions happen, it's not 90% before the first 8 weeks. It's actually 60%.
That's not what wait, stop. That is not what I said. That is not what I said at all. I specifically said that when it comes to first trimester abortions, 90% of them happen before 8 weeks. That is what I said. I didn't say total abortions. I said first trimester. I was very specific, Antonio.
Right.
Handle the claim, please. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy, he has a hard time paying attention.
I see why.
Off. That's the first thing. And this is on Planned Parenthood, too. This is not a pro-life website, so you can't use that as an argument anyway. But if you did, it would be a genetic fallacy because where it's sourced at does not prove that the information is correct or incorrect. You got to debunk the information itself. But just in case you want to try the genetic fallacy move, you can't even do that because this is straight from Planned Parenthood's own website that 66% happen before the first 8 weeks of gestation. I mean, not 90%. So you're 24% off. So you're just dead wrong there, first of all. The second thing is,
yeah, so that would be incorrect, right? Like he just misunderstood what you said, right?
Well, it's not a misunderstanding. I mean, he clearly heard. I mean, this is a response video to me. He clearly heard what I said. I was talking about specifically first trimester abortions. I wasn't talking about, total abortions. I mean, total abortions. Yeah, I know that's not true. And then, like he said, that what he said was true. When it comes to total abortions, 66 is done before 8 weeks.
Sure.
But I said in the video, hey, when it comes to specifically first trimester abortions. So as far as I'm concerned, he's just being dishonest.
Okay.
why do you even care what gestational period abortions happen? If you truly believe that abortion is a woman's choice, then who cares when they happen or why they happen? If she's going into your murdering clinics in which you claim are safe and it's safe for her, who cares when she does it? Whether the fetus has arms or legs or not.
At some point, you moron, it becomes a person. That's why. Okay, it has brain activity, it has a nervous system, it has body parts, sometimes even organs. That's why. And secondly, they are safe, okay? And I may not have the actual numbers with me, maybe someone here does, but last time I checked, a woman dying from abortion today in the U.S. is pretty fucking rare.
0.0003%.
Thank you, doctor.
Yeah, that, I mean, it's better than having back alley abortions.
Yep.
Whether it just looks like a ball of cells to you or not. If it's her choice, then you shouldn't give a crap about when she gets the abortion. But you're so obsessed with trying to point out it's only the early periods because you know there's something bothering your conscience in the back of your mind that if most women were getting abortions later on, you'd be less comfortable with it. And if you were not less comfortable with it, you wouldn't even be bringing up when she got.
You know what I think is funny about this guy? Like, I hate to stop the video. I just want to point out real quick. If he's so butthurt about abortions occurring, like, why not advocate for sex ed and birth control? Like, I remember I actually gave him a study showing that if women had access to birth control in all 50 states, like, you're looking at saving $12 billion a year less unintended pregnancies, less abortions, like the.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, you look at these red states, these were fucking Republican states. I mean, the states where it's hard to get contraception, hard to get an abortion. I mean, these are states that have, high teenage pregnancy.
Well, he actually explained that once before in his discussion with Reds on Hannah's channel about abortion. And he said that, it's just a matter of choice whether or not you want to have sex. Which it kind of isn't. If you want to have sex, you want to have sex. It's not a choice. And he certainly isn't having sex, like refraining from sex simply by choice.
Exactly. When I know every time I get horny, 9 times out of 10, I always do something with myself.
Yeah, he thinks that, people can just like turn that on and off like a switch or something. No, they
exactly.
Can't.
Well, I think he's been brought that point up before, and he'll say something like, "Oh, well, you're saying that people can't control themselves." No, we're just saying that people have urges and it's natural. That's all we're saying. Hello?
Huh. No, I'm back. Yeah, let's continue with the video.
The abortion. The fact that she would get them most women would get them at early periods wouldn't even matter to you, now would it?
Wouldn't it matter to me?
About a woman exercising the right over her body, you shouldn't care when or why she gets an abortion. So the fact that you even focus on these early ones just proves just how insecure you are about your position, because only the most consistent pro-choicer wouldn't care when or why a woman got an abortion, as long as the child
that is not true. Most and obviously I can't say all, but most pro-choicers, at least the ones that I know, are against late-term abortions. So what do you mean most don't care? That is flat out fucking lie, sir.
What he means by that is a lot of countries that legalize abortion don't have restrictions on it. Like, for example, Canada, a woman can, legally speaking, go into a hospital or go into a clinic and seek an abortion at 8.5 months. Good luck her finding a doctor who's willing to perform the abortion that late. You're not going to find one. It would be easier just to induce labor.
Yeah, and I know that, but I mean, obviously here in the U.S., at least last time I checked, late-term abortions are illegal under federal law. I mean, I think the most you can get up to is maybe 24 weeks.
They're illegal provided certain extenuating circumstances.
Hello? No. Sorry, I keep cutting out for some reason.
Yeah. No, they're illegal in the United States across all boards unless there is certain extenuating circumstances.
Yes.
Like there's something just super wrong with the development of the child or something wrong with the pregnancy itself that it's actually imposing a risk on the mother. And even then, they will perform an abortion, but guess what happens? The baby gets to live. Like if the pregnancy is threatening the life of the mother and it's at a point where the baby has 80% viability, they're going to do a cesarean or something that will save the mother and the baby is going to stay alive. They're not going to do chemical abortion, or they're not going to do the vacuum abortion or anything like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, just what he said was just inherently false. He said that most pro-lifers don't care when it's done, and in my experience, that's not true. I can't speak for your experience, obviously.
I think you could, because I think when Antonio first came around and started doing hangouts, you and I joined his hangout on abortion, and we started arguing about a baby without a brain.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, yeah, like for me, it does matter why somebody seeks an abortion. It matters why, and does matter when somebody seeks an abortion. But that's on a personal level. For me, that's not on a legal perspective. I can separate my views of ethics from the legality of something. Legally speaking, I don't really see any merit in saying, okay, you can have an abortion provided you don't have these intentions. No, we don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, abortion is not really an issue I concern myself with anyway, but I mean, because quite frankly, I think it's just a woman's issue. I don't think men should be commenting on it, but that's just my personal opinion. Howdy,
Well,
MP.
they can, and I think men should comment on it. Because, yes, women's access to abortion does indirectly impact and influence political decisions of men. So we do have somewhat of a say in it. However, once you get into like the bodily rights of it, you don't have a say anymore. You can comment on the ethics of it. You can comment on the legality of it. But once it gets into the domain of telling somebody what they personally can do with their own body, if there's not another person involved or in jeopardy or no one else's rights are being violated, you need to shut the hell up.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna play one more quick clip. That I gotta do something in like 5 minutes.
So
that's
that's
4 or 5 minutes.
just screaming out at you. So not only are you insecure, you just spit out just false facts on top of that. So when you tell me, you sorry to disappoint me, dude, you're just talking out your backside. You just
okay.
Clearly not, because again, you addressed something that I didn't even fucking bring up. I cannot believe this man spent an hour responding to me. I guess I should be honored, but I mean, who fucking has that kind of time? Seriously.
Well, you're living rent-free in his head right now.
Apparently. I'm sure it's cheaper. It's fucking cheaper there where I'm right now. Yeah, and I find it rather odd because Heather Holder actually made a response video to him as well, and he said that he wasn't going to make an hour-long response video responding to her, but yet you're going to make an hour-long response video replying to me? I find that a little odd.
Well, if you'll notice a recurring theme with Antonio's videos where he makes response videos and he kind of like seeks the attention of the person he's responding to, is that the majority of them are white women. So maybe he doesn't want to like put them off too much.
Oh, so okay, so he has the same problem G-Man does. He's just like a quiet little boy every time a white woman's around.
Pretty well.
Awesome.
There's actually someone should really make a compilation video of how like G-Man and Antonio behave when someone like Hannah's in the room as opposed to when they're absent.
Or even
you
like
will
Eve,
will see a difference in their behavior.
Yeah, like Eve.
Or Eve or Tanya Galaxy or
Exactly.
something like that. They behave just ever so slightly differently. They're far more like receptive to what people are saying, and they're far more civil, polite. They definitely pay more attention to how they respond to people.
I mean, I'm the exact opposite. I'm a fucking sucker for black women.
But that may be just the cultural norms, like you're growing up in thinking, especially in an urban environment, you usually learn to, speak differently to women than you do when you got men around. So
yeah, it could be that, but it's a running joke that
yeah,
they just like white women, and Ranger is a racist because he doesn't like white women.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, white bitches are crazy.
They are,
at least in my experience.
I can't even talk. I don't like white guys, so I refrain from that.
Isn't your boyfriend white? At least last time.
No, my ex fiance was the non-transitioning transgender Muslim.
Oh, okay.
My boyfriend's black, so.
Oh, cool.
And I can confirm the legend is true.
Yeah, in my experience, that's true as well. I'm going to go to the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back.
All right, let's resume. Sorry about that.
And the arrogance in your voice just makes it all the more just gratifying to just get for you to get this work. And this is only the beginning. We have much more to go. There's a long way for you to get this work, son. Let's keep going.
How the unborn listen functions like to justify abortion is nothing more than an arbitrary fiat claim, which is question begging, which is a logical fallacy. It's a fallacy because it is assuming the very thing it is attempting to prove, that size and level of development somehow magically equates to an argument justifying abortion. Anybody can simply assert an arbitrary fiat claim as a basis, but that isn't an argument. Third,
Okay, size and development is a justification and is an argument. And I'm sure this may sound, pardon me, I'm sure this may sound very cruel to you and your pro-lifer friends, but the further away it is from being human, the less rights it gets. Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can stop it there, because Ranger actually made a mistake.
Yeah, that was the poor choice of fucking words.
Yeah.
That was a poor choice of words on my part, I will admit that.
It is already human, and size and development don't actually matter. Is that when you stop and you reflect upon the things that we would say that people can do wrong too, like the actual objects that I could morally offend. We exclude things like rocks, trees, plains of wheat, and stuff like that. And the reason being is because they can't be immiserated. They can't actually feel pain or experience pleasure. So the second something can be made better off, the second something can actually experience some kind of pain, we take some kind of moral consideration on it, where if you saw someone setting fire to a cat just for shits and giggles, you would say that they're doing something wrong. Well, I mean, it would morally offend you for that.
Well, I mean, I meant to say the being it looked like. I mean, the less rights it got. I mean, that's what I meant to say, but you know,
yeah, human being.
Yes, I didn't mean to say less human. That was again just a poor choice of word, but I stand by what I said. I mean, the less human being it looks, the less rights it gets. Sorry.
Yeah, I would take. I would not phrase it that way. The size and development is just whenever it develops some kind of sentience. The second that it can actually experience pain, it factors into moral considerations. It doesn't mean that it becomes like the trump all of the moral argument. It just means that's something that you have to weigh in the situation.
Oh, and yeah, but then don't you think the size and development? I mean, obviously it does evolve to get pain. I mean, that is in part of the development part, don't you think?
Well, it's related to it, but it's not necessarily restricted to it. Like you could just have a freakishly small fetus that's developed for a long time that is entirely sentient.
All right, let's get into more of this crap. We got about an hour to go.
Yeah.
Well, 50 minutes there anyway. You don't know, full hour.
This is pathetic. All you did is just run your mouth again, talking about the farther away human it is. That makes absolutely no sense because it's a scientific fact, and even secular pro-lifers have acknowledged this. You don't have to be religious. Excuse me. You don't have to be a sort of religious affiliation to acknowledge that there's a human being at the conception point.
Wrong, sir. Very, very wrong. That is super duper wrong. That is not a scientific fact. The only thing scientists have said involving conception, and anyone can correct me because science is not my strong suit, but the only thing they've said is that it's that the zygotes are human, which is a fucking duh. We know that the zygotes and gametes are human zygotes and human gametes, but just because something is human doesn't make it a human being. I mean
that's sort of a trivial thing. It's like water is wet and grass is green and the sky is blue.
Exactly. Like if I were to get my arm cut off in an accident, should I keep my arm simply because it's human and according to your logic, something human makes it a human being? Don't fucking think so.
I mean, if it can be sewn on, but like if it gets too late, then you're probably gonna have to look into some kind of prosthetic.
Exactly, but I wouldn't like keep my arm is what I'm saying.
No, I know that. I know like with the logic of what you're saying, like by virtue of it being human, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that like he makes a lot of trivial points.
I agree.
No, that's just a scientific, just wrong statement to make, dude. Like I said, even atheist pro-lifers and the other secular pro-lifers have acknowledged that there is a human at the conception point. So you can't even pull that mess, man. But you're gonna continue to get
Cannon, I just did.
Are there like are any of those people doctors or like medical PhDs? Like,
In my experience, no. I can't speak
Okay.
for you guys' experience.
okay, so that's argument. Even if that was true, that's like what argumentum ad populum.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
At least on his side.
At least like this narrative he's trying to construct.
work while you just get roasted into the ground.
You're only dealing with a couple cells which have no real value and aren't the same as a born child. Then why would a fairly large number of pro-choicers freely admit they don't really like abortion at all? If women are only aborting an insignificant clump of cells, who cares? These are a lot of the same people who compare abortion as no different than masturbating and killing sperm cells. But you don't hear them saying, well, nobody really likes masturbating. Abortion is in essence no different than masturbating. Then why would abortion be put into such a negative category, even by the pro-choicers themselves?
What's the matter?
What, you were gonna make a response or?
No, I mean, not yet.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, in the video, I'm about to make a response.
Okay.
Well, I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for any other pro-choices, but I don't view it that way.
Oh! You know what? I think I got confused with the voice in the video and
Yes.
my bad.
Quite frankly, I view abortion as really no different from any other medical procedure. But if I had to guess, I would say most pro-choicers, not most, some pro-choicers don't like it because of these social stigmatism that these women go through. Which, by the way, we have pro-lifers like you to thank for that, because you, for some reason, want to shame women who get abortions, which I find rather disgusting.
Well, here's the thing, dude. If you talk to pro-lifers who are actively involved in the pro-life community in such a way like I am, you will find that the vast majority of us don't believe in talking down to women who have gotten an abortion. We don't believe in mistreating these women and running them down into the ground. We believe in treating them
Well,
with
my experience says otherwise.
support.
I said my experience says otherwise. I don't know how many pro-lifers I've met that don't hesitate to call women who have had abortions baby killers. So, based on my experience, that's just false. Just based on my experience, let me just say that.
And more directly with Antonio, I've actually heard him in hangouts where he sort of undermined like women's experience where the choice has sort of been removed in the scenario, like in cases with rape and incest. He says that, okay, that was terrible, but you should still, you should still like give birth to that child.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he sort of just writes it off as, okay, yeah, you had a bad experience, but you still gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, but who cares?
Yeah. I mean, what's weird about these pro-life guys is like they're all about like maintaining this like the woman's issue of being a mother, but the moment that kid's born, it's like they're back to minding their own business.
Oh yeah, I agree, and I brought that point up numerous times.
Yeah.
Not in the video, but yeah.
That's where we come from. I don't know what you've been hearing from a lot of pro-aborts or what you've been finding out on TV or through media or something, but
Personal experience, you dumbass.
how a lot of pro-lifers.
What you say?
I said personal experience, you dumbass. Go ahead.
Look at women who have.
Hang on. I'll be right back. I gotta get the doorbell.
No problem. Oh man, Antonio, man, I I used to respect you, but man, after seeing like what 13 minutes of this, dude, you fucking even dumber than G-Man. My God, and that's saying something. Oh, by the way, to anyone watching, I will be doing a video later, so you know, keep an eye out for that.
All right, freaking mailman. Anyway, where were we?
Gotten abortions who are looking to get abortions, because we often find out that more often than not, they don't have all the information they need, and then they get rushed into making decisions that they end up regretting later on. Because here's the thing, man, you don't speak for women when you say that it's because that pro-lifers have, you know, put this stigma out into reality, in which has resulted in them regretting. No.
Whoa, dude. Dude, I'm not. He keeps doing this with everyone. Stop putting words in my mouth. When the fuck did I ever say I speak for all women? I'm just saying, if I had to guess, it's because of the social stigmatism that most women do go through when getting an abortion, or after their family finds out, or after their neighbors find out.
Right.
Stop putting words in my mouth, sir.
In their own ways in which they simply have regretted it themselves. So you can't just argue this sort of stigma is the reason why that they regret it. You can't just use that as an argument and run with it, man. Not all women, you know, think the same way. So you need to look at women individually instead of as this collective whole you're trying to put on people.
That's what you do.
And this is Heather's argument. I find it.
Sorry about that. I was just about to say that's what you do. You're the one who's constantly doing that with your arguments. And you're going to criticize me for doing it? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Very interesting. A lot of the same people talking about the unborn doesn't look and function like a child are also a lot of the same people who turn around and say that how a person's genitalia looks and functions like doesn't determine who they are between a man or a woman. So, in the mind of many irrational pro-choice liberals, looks and function works only when irrational liberals arbitrarily say they apply to justify their personal agendas. Kind of crazy, isn't it?
Okay, that was the complete red herring. Antonio, you may be surprised to hear this, but the science behind transgenderism, which, by the way, it is a scientific fact that, pardon me, brain fart. It is a scientific fact that people are born with their. God damn it! This is scripted too. The science of transgenderism is different than a tiny fetus in a woman's stomach. Okay, with transgenders, you have people who, yes, are born male, but it is a scientific fact that their brains are hardwired against the sex that they are in. Okay, that is obviously different from a tiny fetus in a woman's stomach when the woman does not want it there.
Okay, dude, you just entirely missed the point. Number one, it wasn't even a red herring, it was a comparison. You can say that the comparison wasn't valid, but to say it was a red herring is just stupid. It would just may have been a false analogy.
Hey, you want to say that now, Atheist Ranger?
No, I stand by that statement. It was a red herring. It had nothing to fucking do with it. Nor was it valid, sir.
I feel like he was sort of granting you that, whatever. I mean, he was granting that the analogy was invalid, but he just,
Okay, yeah, but I'm the stupid one. You're the one who made an invalid fucking comparison, sir. Go on.
I mean, at least he acknowledges when he F's up in these vids.
Yeah, and so have I.
Yeah.
Yeah, best, but it doesn't mean it was a red herring. Because here's the thing. What I'm trying to get across to you is they say that when transgender people, you know, look and feel a certain way, that doesn't mean that's what they are. Like they say that genitalia doesn't determine who they are. How the genitalia functions doesn't determine who they are. But then on the other side, that a lot of the same people will say how the unborn looks and functions does not determine who the unborn is.
Yeah,
Who the,
because
fuck ever, who the hell ever said that?
exactly. And by the way, transgenders, they're conscious human beings. Again, a zygote and gamete are not. That's the
like
fucking
that's like apples and oranges.
exactly bad fucking invalid comparison. Like he just said, he pointed it out himself.
Wow, that was pretty fucking dumb.
If you're gonna talk about this issue about how someone's brain is wired with transgender people, then here's a newsflash for you: how a person's brain works doesn't start when they're born. It starts long before they're born. It starts in the womb. So if you're gonna,
How does that change the fact?
It actually works.
What?
How does that change the fucking fact, Antonio? It is a fact that transgenders, their brain is hardwired against the sex that their brains are hardwired against the sex that they are in. That doesn't.
So sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
That doesn't change the fucking scientific fact I brought up. So what are you doing? Go ahead.
Yeah. Like what is? Yeah. That there's it's a condition like gender dysphoria, I believe.
Yes. Condition. I don't know if it's and I hope I don't get hated for this, but I believe it's even qualified as a mental disorder. I believe. I could be wrong about that. Please get back to me.
No, not that. Well, that's the people who are opposed to it. That's what they say, but that's not what the doctors say. They say it's
okay. Like I said, I wasn't sure. That's just what I heard. Just thank you for correcting me. That's all.
I mean, it's some kind of psychological issue, but yeah. I would agree that Antonio is really like that is a false comparison, and to go down that road is kind of, he's kind of insipid in this.
No, I mean, like I said, what he's bringing up doesn't refute the fact that I said. Yeah. It doesn't matter when the brain starts actually getting together. It's still a scientific fact.
Right. Okay.
Works against you because you would have to conclude that you have transgender conditions which start long in the womb before birth even occurs. So, by your own argument, you actually shoot yourself in the foot to justify killing potentially transgender people.
No, I don't.
What?
Yeah,
what the hell is he talking about?
No, the fuck I don't. Okay, yeah.
No. Like, legitimately, what the fuck is he talking about? He's like transgender babies in the what?
He's trying to. I'm trying to see what he was trying to say. He's trying to say that supposedly I'm saying that the brain that they're like that in the womb, which by the way I never fucking said. All I said was their brain is hardwired against the sex they're in. I never said it was in the womb.
I hate to like cut you off. I think this dude like is legitimately science illiterate.
Oh, I know he is. I mean, most time when he debates people who are much better at science than I am, because science is by far my weakest subject. But I mean, fuck. I mean, most time when he's gone up against other science people, he's been demonstrated he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I mean, I at least try to read on at least the science I want to talk about, so I don't end up looking like Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I usually focus on biology, but I mean, I haven't read a biology book in like months.
Yeah, me too. A little bit of astronomy, but yeah.
So if you really wanted to take your argument to its logical end, then all you're really doing is justifying the potential killing of transgender persons. And if you're really trying to be pro-choice yet pro-LGBT at the same time, then I suggest you really think carefully your position over again.
I think you need to, sir.
Yeah. I would agree with that statement.
In the Bible, does it directly state that abortion is wrong and sinful? The Bible is often manipulated as a political tool. That's why it's important, if you're a faith, to do your own reading.
Apparently, Heather doesn't seem to realize many people, including clearly more educated than she is in this area, have done their own reading of the Bible. First of all, she's arguing from silence. She's inferring that the Bible's alleged silence on abortion means that God is permitting it. That is simply wrong. What can I logically infer that silence about something necessitates a permission of something? The Bible also does not directly say killing the unborn one day before birth is a sin either. So by her logic, we should think
Well,
God
one,
is
that's not a thing.
That is just stupid logic. In certain things the Bible doesn't specifically say, we can know by way of inference from other passages and cross-referencing. Jeremiah 1:5 states that he knew his creation even before he formed this creation in his mother's womb. So God is clearly acknowledging there are persons in the womb.
Hey, don't worry, he's going to finish.
Thou shalt not murder. We can clearly see it's murder to kill the unborn in the womb. Let's have a moment of silence for her employment of stupid logic.
Okay, I'm just going to skip this here. But this argument is pretty much useless because it does not matter what the Bible says. Newsflash.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that statement. But yeah, like I really don't see one what the woman in the video said isn't really all that incorrect. I mean, right-wing Christians tend to use the Bible as justification for the position they hold in the first place. So I don't really see how that's incorrect. Second, it really doesn't matter. It like you're talking about a medical issue, and medicine is a matter of science.
Oh no,
So,
yeah, I get to that point, and then he responds by denying it. This is the part I was talking about.
yeah.
Antonio, we have a separation of church and state in this country. And what the Bible says is irrelevant.
First of all, sir, you just made another outrageous, ignorant claim about this.
Holy fuck! Like what the hell? All that
Probably- It's probably on the highway or something.
Separation of church and state thing. The first thing you need to understand is the separation of church and state is nowhere in the Constitution anywhere.
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
Stop it right there.
Okay, please stop.
Technically speaking, he is correct in that the words separation of church and state do not appear in the Constitution. That is just a colloquialism that is based on a paraphrasing a quote from Thomas Jefferson. The substance of it actually is in the Constitution in the form of the Free Exercise Clause and the Establishment Clause.
Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, Doc, thank you. I was just about to make that point. First of all, if you mean the little words, Antonio, I don't know if you ever see this video, but if you mean the little words, yes, you're right. They're not in there. But the, what's the term I'm looking for?
Establishment Clause?
Yes, the Establishment Clause is. And the Establishment Clause is the separation of church and state, which was brought up in a letter by Thomas Jefferson. That's what he was explaining in his letter that you were about to bring up.
Yeah, it limits the government's ability to interfere with religion. It also stipulates that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Right there. So, maybe instead of telling other people to get educated, you might want to get informed upon the law of the land, dude. Because this is like this is in the First Amendment. I mean, come on, what the hell?
Well, it's an old trope from the religious right, where they routinely say, there's no separation of church and state in the Constitution, just like how they used to say, it doesn't say sodomy is a right. They don't say abortion is a right. They don't say gay marriage is a right in the Constitution. No, it doesn't say any of those things. But those things are entailed by rights already expressed in the Constitution.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, Antonio, if you happen to see this, dude, look up the Establishment Clause and then come to me and say I'm ignorant.
Seriously.
It was one of the things that was mentioned in the letter. So that was in a letter from one of the forefathers. It had absolutely nothing to do with anything in the Constitution anywhere. So you need to get your facts straight, sir. Number two, the whole
you do.
The separation of church and state in context was talking about how the government couldn't force people to worship a certain way, or we couldn't really build the government on a theocracy and things like this. That's what it was intended to do. It wasn't intended to say that the things like the Bible and religion was irrelevant in our society. It was intended to say that.
Well, stop. Oh, sweet Lord, stop. Okay, first of all, I'll say this: he's half right, but this idea that he's pretty much trying to say, well, the separation of church and state just applies to the state. No, it doesn't. It applies to the church as well. We don't base our laws on the Bible in this country. That is a fact, sir. So yes, I stand by what I said. What the Bible says is irrelevant.
I mean, go ahead.
I say what the Bible says about anything is irrelevant. We do not base our laws on the Bible. I never said that Christianity itself was irrelevant. I never said that the Bible in of itself was irrelevant. I'm just saying what the Bible says about any social issue is irrelevant. We do not base laws on the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to confirm that, yeah, you didn't say anything about Christianity being irrelevant. I mean, at least as far as the laws go in this country, we don't base them on the Bible. We have rational procedure tests to consider, like what is determined to be, lawful, like by the Constitution. So I mean, all that is, all of that, like talk about the Bible is irrelevant. More importantly, like the founding fathers, the reason they came over here in the first place was because they wanted to have a secular government where they could speak their minds and stuff like that. They lived under a theocracy, and they realized it sucked under their personal experience. So that's why they wanted to find a government that wasn't a theocracy.
Well, the founding fathers were heavily influenced by the Enlightenment, which was heavily critical about the relationship between the church and the political powers at the time.
Right.
Like, they didn't necessarily come over from England or anywhere in the UK.
Okay.
They were just inspired by the works of people who were influenced largely due to like certain natural disasters or political revolutions to make a government where people could freely exercise themselves and no one was mandated to adhere or pay tax to a particular religious domination.
Yeah, I mean, and the sad part is this is like common knowledge. It's not like this is some esoteric secret. This is like, you can look this up. I just freaking did it.
Can't be built upon stuff like religious principles, but at the same time, those things couldn't be infringed upon either. That was the intended purpose of the phrase separation of church and state, to keep those things separate so people's religious liberties could be protected. That was the primary importance behind that. So you need to get your knowledge up, sir. And the last thing, when we talk about mentioning the Bible is irrelevant, she was the one who brought the Bible up first, sir.
I said that in the video, you idiot. I said both of you bringing it up was irrelevant. I was mentioning both of you. I don't know where you get this idea that I was just mentioning you.
Well, it isn't exactly irrelevant because a lot of the anti-abortion activists do ultimately just result in appealing to the Bible. If that's ultimately what your arguments hinge upon, is that God doesn't like this, guess what? You have no legitimate argument for abortion being illegal.
They're non-religious anti-abortionists.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? Anyway.
Better attention. When she brought up the Bible, I corrected her on that, and now you want to tell me, in me correcting her, that was irrelevant to be brought up.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on because this is just.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat myself again. I wasn't talking about just you dumbass. I was talking about both of you.
Well, Antonio has expressed in the past that he really does hate the freedom of religion. So.
Oh, well, tough.
Not directly in those words, but, he thinks, we should base laws on the Bible and we should legislate laws based on the laws written in the Bible. Yeah, you should kill gay people. Yes, you should kill a woman because she didn't scream loud enough when she was being raped.
Yeah,
because he genuinely thinks these things. And yet, no, he's not in favor of theocracy. No. He's all in favor of separation of church and state, according to him. He's all in favor of religious freedom, just as long as it's the right religion.
Yeah, well, I think he's kind of losing that wish, because records show that, at least in the Pew reports, that people take the Bible as less literal than ever, and Christians been at an all-time low too. So, I mean, who knows? This position might go down just as well.
The abortion.
See, man, here's the problem with talking to atheists like you. You always make these claims that the Bible doesn't condemn something, or the Bible outright commands a certain thing. But more often than not, when you have to submit the verse and submit it in context, you're never able to do so. Either you get the verse or don't get the verse, or even if you do get the verse, you get the context wrong.
No. Oh my fucking God.
Jesus. Get into theology. Study what experts on the Bible actually say about these things.
I don't really know why he's like appealing to the Bible like it's some great source of information. Like I just want to like bring up a quick fact. I mean, dude, in the Bible, like the God of the Bible, especially the Old Testament, he's completely bloodthirsty, fucking dashing babies against the rocks, flooding the entire world, like friggin' claiming like the firstborn of Egypt and stuff like that. He's all about freaking like killing. But then again, he's like the grand like the grand master. He could decide he can decide what lives like can be like exit out, because you know he was the first one to invent reproduction, right, as a non-physical entity.
Supposedly, yeah. I mean, and more to the point, I even said in this video, you know, pardon me for not knowing the verse, but I know it's in there. I even admitted that. And as far as me getting the context wrong, I didn't. Okay, I think God commanded his followers to pretty much rip out the fetuses of pregnant women during, you know, through, I think, what's considered today ancient Samaria. That's what he did.
Yeah, don't forget claiming the firstborn of everyone in Egypt, like every like child.
Exactly, and I think there's I believe it's in the New Testament. Was if a woman cheats on her husband, she has to drink bitter water, which is poison, and if she miscarries, the baby wasn't his, but if she survives, quote unquote, then the baby's his. So I mean, you apply that to modern day society. The Bible is telling you that if your wife cheats on you, she has to get an abortion. At least that's how I read it.
Never mind that. You got this character deity like friggin' like commanding like the tribes to wipe out like whole nations and cities and everything like that. It just it's kind of sad. I'm just saying it's kind of like a bankrupt moral code to hinge your worldview on.
Yeah.
Kind of contradictory, if you ask me.
Not really, because just whatever's good is whatever God says under his view. And then he'll object to that and say, no, it's what stems from his nature. Okay, everything God does and everything God says is consistent with his nature. Therefore, everything God does and everything God says, irrespective of the reason, is consistent with his nature.
Oh, yeah.
If God kills children for shits and giggles, then killing children for shits and giggles is moral.
Yeah, that's unanimous. That's perfect.
Just simply run to your little atheist websites and just believe them like they're the gospel truth. You'll believe something as the gospel truth if you think it's coming out the mouth of an atheist or something like that, but you won't actually do the work yourself. You don't know what the heck you're talking about, man. And here's the thing.
Wait, first of all, so this may just be minor, dude. I've read the Bible several times. Granted, it's been a while since I fucking picked it up, but I've read it, okay? And hell, I've even gotten, Christian scholars' interpretations on this. I've talked to priests who fucking agree with me most of the time. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to the fucking Bible, okay?
You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the Bible.
I'll be right back real quick. You guys speak your minds.
Okay, thank you.
Like, I don't understand even why the Bible is brought up in the first place in this discussion. Like, I know why you brought it up, because the two of them brought it up.
Exactly.
On a broader narrative, this has no place in this discussion, in this legal discussion, in this ethical discussion. This is entirely irrelevant. Yeah, even in an ethical discussion, because even if Antonio comes in and he starts defending divine command theory, you don't let him basically you don't grant him that the Bible God exists. Like if you say that what is moral is what is dictated by this character in this book, he has a burden to show that that character exists or most likely exists.
Well, no, I mean, in fact, the last book I read was called The Rise and Fall of the Bible, and it was written by a Christian. So I've read the Bible, and I've read books about the Bible and those books were written by Christians. So it's not like I fucking go to atheists. So
all that being said, I do think that maybe Antonio should be added to the hangout just because we're ripping shit on him. Give him at least the opportunity or the possibility to come in and defend himself.
You're gonna text Wolf. I don't really care.
Yeah, like I was gonna ask Wolf about that, but
no offense. I'm pretty sure if he was doing a live stream ripping me, he probably wouldn't invite me.
He wouldn't. No. Like, well, sometimes Antonio does, where it's like he doesn't send out a notification in advance to like, oh, I'm going to be doing this live stream about you. Come on in whenever you have the opportunity. He'll mention it like 5 minutes in, not really knowing the person's schedule. Like, unfortunately, we're at that point as well, where we don't know what his schedule is. We don't know if he's at home or if he's on the computer or anything like that.
Yeah.
But nevertheless,
well, I mean,
at least he sends out an invite every now and then. And it's like we could remedy the circumstance that we're in right now just by adding him to the hangout or sending him a link or something like that. Because on top of just being the good thing to do in general, if he were to join and actually try to defend his position, it'd be quite a bit of fun, I think.
True, but I mean, technically this is just a response video, so.
Yeah.
I mean, Antonio does hangouts all the time, which I'm more than happy to join.
Well, he doesn't do hangouts that often anymore.
Well, Mayor,
he keeps inviting DD, and nobody wants to join if DD is in the room.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Doctor thinks we should invite Antonio, but I told her that was completely up to you. I really don't care.
Yeah. Let me invite him.
Yeah, just because like if we're talking shit about somebody or we're ripping on somebody, yeah, it's just common courtesy to give them the opportunity to come in and defend themselves or what they're saying or even acknowledge a correction. So.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we can obviously still continue with the video response.
Okay, I added him, so if he's on, he could come on, defend himself. Okay. Now back to the video response. Okay.
One point command that abortion was not wrong. Just because it was commanded doesn't mean it was commanded at all times and all places. Like, for example, in the Old Testament, God commanded that it wasn't wrong to stone homosexuals to death, but now we're not to do that. So there are certain times to where God will command certain things and times to where he would condemn it, okay?
Well, wait. First of all, I've read the Bible. Nowhere does it say that Christians aren't allowed to stone homosexuals anymore.
Well, it's the Old Testament, so that would have been Jews.
Yeah, that's what they'll try to argue.
Yeah. Okay, well, whatever.
Whatever. It's just a dumbass myth book. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't even know like why he's talking about it so much.
Well, you can skip if you want.
All right.
Were to command abortion at any time, how would you know that wouldn't represent a certain time period rather than an out?
Okay, let's fucking move on.
Yes, thank you, sweet Lord.
Because just because you make it illegal does not mean it's not going to happen. Back alley abortions are very, very dangerous. In the 2 decades before abortion was legal in the United States, it's been estimated that nearly 1 million women per year sought out illegal abortion. Thousands died, tens of thousands were damaged, all were forced to behave as if they were criminals.
Okay, all right. There are so many things she gets wrong here. First of all, it's not a logical to say that because things will still happen as an argument against illegality. Rape, theft, underground sex trafficking, etc. still happen, all the while being illegal. But that doesn't mean that because they still happen, it's an argument to make them legal. Therefore, because abortion will still happen, it's not an argument to necessitate it should be made illegal. You don't determine the legality or illegality of a thing by merely the fact of a thing happening, whether illegal or not. Second,
Okay, Antonio.
Yeah, stop it there, because he just said the legality or the illegality of a particular act doesn't talk about the legality of it. Yes, it fucking does.
Thank you.
Holy shit! Like that was.
But he does. I know what point he's trying to express, and he actually has a good point there, which is bringing up the fact that people performed back alley abortions and that these would continue to occur if you made abortion illegal. That somehow grounds for making abortion accessible and legal isn't a good argument, because we could just simply say that murders are always going to happen no matter how illegal they are. And people are just going to keep murdering, so therefore we should just make murder legal. Like, there is a point there, but there's also a contextual point that Heather doesn't express, which is that abortion shouldn't have been illegal in the first place. But it was made illegal, and as a result of that, many people ended up seeking back alley abortions. They didn't have access to abortion, and there was no justification for it being unlawful.
Yeah. My point I'm about to make in the video, I think, is kind of less than par, to be honest with you.
I feel like he's like you're giving him too much credit here. It just, I don't know, when you compare things like theft and murder to like abortions or something, it's just I just feel like it's just a false analogy just altogether.
Well, he's not directly comparing the acts themselves to one another. He's actually comparing the legal status of the two and whether or not people are going to continue doing it. And he actually has a point there, which is, yes, theft is illegal, but people still steal. That doesn't mean that we should make stealing legal.
No, but I mean, you could do the next best thing, which is, actually, regulate that in society. But let's continue. Let's hear Atheist Ranger's point in the video.
King, rape, theft, and murder. That's different than abortion, because when those things are legal, the four things you just mentioned, they still fucking hurt people. It still, in a way, breaks down society. Abortion isn't like that. You don't want to seem to get this through your head. You don't want to seem to get this fact through your head. Making abortion illegal, there is no ifs about it. It's going to do more harm than good. But I don't know how else to say that to you. That is a fact, good sir.
Here's the thing, man. I don't know whether you are legitimately ignorant or you just doing this crap on purpose just to avoid the fact that you're just going to make yourself look dumb. But the whole point is this, man. You say that all those things that I mentioned earlier still hurt people, but you know what? So does abortion. There's this thing called Rachel's Vineyard that you need to look up on the internet. And these are
because we apparently can't provide a link for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you need to go look something up on the internet I'm talking about, because I cannot provide links for you because, I just never.
Wikipedia knows.
Yeah. Then, of course, once you do go look it up and it doesn't say the things they think it says, well, you got the wrong link.
I mean, he can't even fix his audio issues anytime he starts commenting, so I doubt he could provide sources.
I don't hear him offering abortions at 20% off this week only. That's right, abortions 20% off, fellas, this week only. Inquire for details. Franchise opportunities available.
All right.
And went and tell their stories and got healing from them. So you tell them how many people ran them into the ground who were pro-lifers and, just tried to just shame them and point fingers at them and just tried to make them look like the scum of the earth. A lot of pro-lifers that I've associated myself with in my lifetime don't do that sort of thing to post-abortive women. You just don't. And I'm not discounting the horrible and rude pro-lifers who would do something like that. Like I told you earlier in the video, we would put those people in their place. But for you to just presume that, like directly or indirectly, that abortion doesn't hurt people, it does, man. And your ignorance is
Citation needed, please.
What an abortion is.
Save the
Citation needed,
fetuses.
please.
Save the fetuses. Save the whales. Save the Republicans. It's all good.
Well, which, by the way, if I wanted to, I could have gave him links to retired nurses who, lived during the time that abortion was illegal.
You know what? Let's get a woman's opinion on this, just so you.
Oh, thank you, Wolf. Well, never mind. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I mean, if I truly wanted to, I could have gave him links to testimony of retired nurses who were, obviously alive during when abortion was illegal, who keep saying something different.
Well, I've opened a home for wannabe unwed mothers. Yes, wannabe unwed mothers, come one, come all, send pics first. I want to be part of the solution. These poor women out there need to be fertilized. But anyway,
Hello, Hannah.
I'm pro-life. Hell yeah. Come here, baby. Come here. I'm pro-life. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep. I agree with that. Life begins at erection.
Direction.
Hey, man.
Celebrate
life vigorously, regularly.
Nice to finally meet you, Hannah. I've heard a lot of good things about you.
Oh, really? I assure you, all of them are lies. So good.
Okay. Good to know.
If they're good, they're lies. Surely.
Wolf, apparently you want to get a woman's opinion on this?
Well, a vagina has now entered the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so Antonio's making another video response again about abortion.
Oh, is he talking about the what's it called, the crisis pregnancy center thing yet?
I'm not sure he covered that, but he made a response to Atheist Ranger and about some chick who is arguing for abortion and like as an option, and this sort of let's play the video just
Yeah, go for it.
Illegal, and that has nothing to do with how safe or unsafe the procedure is. Now, what determines how safe or unsafe the procedure is the person performing it and their ethics. Abortion being legal doesn't mean women have gotten quote-unquote safe abortions, and abortion once being made illegal doesn't mean they'll quote-unquote get unsafe abortions.
Okay, yes it does, and here's why. Antonio, when abortion is legal, women can freely go to doctors who not only have experience in abortions, but they'll be getting those abortions in clean, safe environments. That is a fact. However,
sterile and all that.
You have women going to whoever wants to fuck to do it, trained or not trained.
I almost thought you were going a different direction when you said to fuck.
Yes, my computer edited out. So my computer's a piece of crap, so sometimes the audio edits out for some reason.
No. All right. Continue.
And they'll be doing it most likely in an unsafe environment with crazy-ass methods. In fact, if I remember correctly, the most common method way back when was what's called a hanger abortion. Look it up.
The problem with you, sir, is that you were the one who actually didn't look anything up, apparently. Or if you did look something up, you just didn't look good enough. But if you watch my video, sir, you know I had the information in there debunking exactly what you just said. Yeah, you deliberately ignore it, and you just go on, just sprouting the ignorance anyway. I'm starting to wonder if you're just doing this on personal feelings, or if you even care about the facts at all. Because the fact of the matter is,
well, that's honestly that's What's the fucking term? That's the bottle calling the kettle black, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm wondering what is he even pointing out at this point? Like what? Okay, nice objection. Please justify it. Let's hear what he's gonna say.
Exactly.
OBGYN, Dr. Mary Calderon, debunked this whole notion that you had these thousands of women dying with all these unsafe abortions at the time.
What?
When did I say that? Please, when the fuck did I say that?
Wait, is he?
That's not what I said. Go ahead, Hannah.
No, I'm sorry. Is he nitpicking at the word injury versus death?
No, he's responding to nothing I'm saying. All I said that, at least in my research, and I could be wrong, that the most common form of abortion, the most common procedure when abortion was illegal was what's called hanger abortions. That's all I said. I didn't say shit about thousands of women dying.
I think he's trying to say that
it's not true.
Just receiving a back alley abortion, you put yourself at risk for injury, right? Ones that can cause you infertility or other serious like sepsis. There's a whole slew of problems that come with that, particularly because it's not done in externally.
No. Come on, Hannah, come on. You know, if you were pregnant, if you didn't know, like if you were unsure, the best facility to go to is an alley. It just got like seedy drifters, that that don't wash their hands and don't really
over the head. That's how you do it in the old days.
Yeah.
Get done in the back of a truck.
Yeah. There's no sterilization. There's no washing hands. Of course, that's totally safe. You're gonna come out there, 100% safe.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is he's appealing to the quote of who exactly? Who's this doctor's name?
He said OBGY. I don't know what the fuck that is.
OBGYN is somebody who deals with women's health.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to yell and lose my temper, but I just hate it when people don't respond to shit I fucking specifically say.
No, I'm trying to understand. So he's either. Then again, we didn't listen to the whole sentence, so maybe just taking this out of context. Is he appealing to the authority of an OBGYN to justify there not being deaths or injuries as a result?
Let's hear more. Let's hear more of what he has to say. I think that's what he's doing though.
In the information that I posted, so I don't think it seems clear to me that you are the one who have to look this stuff up and want to remain in your ignorance.
In fact, her claim thousands of women have died in the last 2 decades before abortion was made legal in the United States is demonstrably false. I have some information which debunks this claim in the description. Third and last.
Okay, the number of deaths kind of is irrelevant, but it is a fact that women did die when abortion was legal. You did have women dying for getting unsafe abortions, okay? And the fact that you are honestly willing to put women's lives at risk so you can feel better about yourself, once again, I find highly fucking immoral.
See, the more I listen to you, dude, you're sounding more and more like an outright idiot. And I don't like to insult people, dude, but honestly, you just sound like an outright idiot.
I don't like to insult people.
You sound like a complete idiot. It's like
I will say this again because I will say this again because I'm sure Antonio will see this. There was multiple videos on YouTube. Testimony from retired nurses during that time who say, yeah, I saw a woman die getting an unsafe abortion. So this idea that no woman died, it's a fantasy, dude.
I mean, I don't even, we heard the rest of his set. I didn't even understand. So is he, doctor, I don't know, maybe you heard it better than I did. Is he suggesting that women didn't die in the thousands? That women generally, possibly died, but they didn't die in the thousands? Or is he simply suggesting that because of this, I don't know, OBGYN's quote, that unsafe, that back alley abortions are not necessarily unsafe? I don't get what his point is.
From what I heard, it's that the whole thousands of women die, which, by the way, I believe is true. I mean, I think maybe it was a couple hundred, but I don't think it was in the thousands. But yeah, I think he's doing both, really.
Didn't complete it. Didn't complete his thought, so I'm not sure what he's getting at.
All right.
I didn't say that no women died at all. That's not what I said. What I was getting at was debunking the things that Heather was saying, because she tried to portray the issue like you had all these tons of women dying from these unsafe abortions, and that was simply not true. That's all we're saying. I didn't say no women died from doing unsafe things.
Okay.
You already know what my position is on that. If people do stuff,
Wolf, please pause it. I said, please pause it. Actually, you know what? He does have a point. He did not say that. So if he does watch this, I truly do apologize. I did not mean to put words in your mouth. So, I mean, technically he is right. He didn't exactly say that in the video, but so to that point, he's technically right. He didn't exactly say that.
Yeah, but like he's making it unclear what he's suggesting. So he
Yeah.
needs to clarify things like that, because he appealed to some, I don't know, OBGYN quote, whatever. But I don't. So, but what is the quote contesting? Is the quote contesting that thousands didn't die, only hundreds? Is she contesting that back alley abortions are generally safe? Is she like what is the quote trying? What point is the quote trying to prove? So, Wolf, can you go back to the quote that he referenced and just let's listen to it again?
Sure. I mean, I don't mind, but yeah, the quote he was doing was to contest the claim that thousands died.
Right. So is he saying, it's a minor number? Is it a larger number? Like what is the point, right?
I mean, I agree, but I mean, just my personal view, I think he's just trying to say the number is smaller. But as I said, the number is irrelevant. You still had women dying.
But that's exactly the point, right? So if it's a numbers game,
that
right?
was my point. Yes.
Yeah. If it's a numbers game, I'm showing from the World Health Organization website right now. If you could look at my screen. So for those that can't read it, 21.6 million women experience an unsafe abortion worldwide each year. 18.5 million of these occur in developing countries, including South Africa, and usually in South America as well. It's pretty high. 47,000 women die from complications of unsafe abortions each year. Deaths due to unsafe abortions are made close to 13% of all maternal deaths. So what is the? I mean, are we simply comparing it to the United States? Are we comparing it on a global scale? Like at this point, it's almost irrelevant when his point is being made, unless he clarifies what his point actually is.
Yeah.
Dropping knowledge on everybody, like.
You go, girl.
No, I mean,
that sounded so good.
I just wish that he didn't make half statements, or I mean, if you could rewind to where he talks about that OBGYN quote, that'd be nice. But like, I'm struggling to understand what his point was.
Like he was trying to argue that it wasn't unsafe, but
is he really suggesting that? Like, because that would be ridiculous, right? That's retarded.
Well, he use that all the time as well.
Fiction, he mistakenly, I believe mistakenly, but it took him an hour to figure it out. He said that abortions should be illegal in every case, right, including those medically necessary. So Schuyler's entire argument was, well, there are exceptions, right, and then medically necessitated ones. Eventually, towards the end of the conversation, Antonio says, no, my point was that most abortions are unnecessary, except in the case for those that are medically necessitated. So what the fuck are we arguing, right? If you said all abortions are unnecessary, so the only argument we need to make is that those medically justified are necessary. So if he's actually saying that unsafe, these abortions, back alley abortions, are generally safe or generally unsafe, we kind of need to know, because he's made this mistake before, and it takes hours for people to try to debunk it. Doctor.
Hey, what was the actual claim that you're discussing?
Yeah, I'm waiting for Wolf to rewind it so we can try to revisit that.
Right on.
By the way,
I've had a few arguments with Antonio about abortion and things, and my views changed drastically over the past couple of years. I'm more pro-life than I am pro-choice now.
This is fine.
Okay. I got the thing up.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Just trying to fill that air.
It's all good. Yelling at me.
Nah, I mean,
OBGYN, Dr. Mary Calderon, debunked this whole notion that you had these thousands of women dying with all these unsafe abortions at the time. She made that very clear in the information that I posted. So I don't think it seems clear to me that you are the one who haven't looked this stuff up and want to remain in your ignorance.
Okay.
he's like so busy insulting you. I'm not 100% sure what he's suggesting.
I'm still fucking confused. Like, what was the point of bringing up that doctor?
What was the argument you were making, Wolf, at that point? Do you remember?
I think he's doing something.
Because I'm not sure what bringing up that number even matters, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I said in the video.
Like, I mean, people do bad things that end up killing them all the time. That necessarily doesn't have to do with abortion. I mean, maybe that happens through unsafe abortions, but I'm not sure what that has to do with the abortion issue.
Is he just trying to argue down the severity of it? You know, like a number. Because if he really brings it to a numbers game, then that's a very poor argument to make, right? So
that's. Go ahead.
No.
That's honestly in the video. That's what I got out of it. That he was just doing a numbers game. I'm fully aware that yes, thousands did not die, but you still had women obviously did die when abortion was illegal in America. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's tons of testimony from retired nurses. So I don't know where he's getting this. Again, the numbers are relevant. If that's to me, that's the point he is making.
Yeah, that's what does it safe or unsafe? I mean, you can't stopping people from aborting their own baby. What's your solution to restrain them for 9 months? Like that really doesn't have to do with the abortion issue. Doesn't seem.
But we've had this discussion with him before. He refuses to seek a solution. Essentially, he has made the conscious choice to be abstinent, right? So he then believes that the rest of the world or the United States should then remain abstinent until marriage, right? Until they're.
But this is the same kind of policing that, like, you're going to restrain people, like you're going to have to do that. You're either going to have someone be escorted or have someone around them at all times, making sure it doesn't happen, or you're going to have to restrain them. And
it's not even that. I believe what he's trying to do is make it socially unacceptable so that the stigma kind of gets to them. I don't know if he's necessarily an advocate of restraint, but do you remember that rap he had against Res Rhetoric?
Mm-mm. Oh yeah, I remembered. I just haven't seen it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what we were discussing with him, right? Like solutions, because again, nobody likes abortion, right? Nobody's advocating, nobody's pro-abortion necessarily, right?
Right.
It's pro-choice, right? So what we're saying is, okay, let's look at the methods that reduce the number and let's try to get it to nearly, as close to zero as we can, right? So Antonio, come into the hangout. Let's discuss, how we can reduce the numbers. Well, his suggestion was simply make it illegal, right? So you reduce the numbers logistically, right? And then simply advocate only abstinence. That's what's his entire. And then he responded to Red in that way too, misquoting him and all that.
Just to think of how, like, I forget what the word, totalitarian, or like how ridiculous that is.
I mean, it's naivety, right? That's essentially what it is. If you are capable of making the decision of not, participating in sex, that's perfectly fine, right? Nobody is going to shame you for that, and that's a valid option. However, that's not always everyone's go-to option. Some people would still. I mean, be honest, sex is fun. It's jolly. It's
And it's
people
natural,
want to do
right?
it.
Like,
Yeah, it's hormones, everything. It's
right.
no
That's
good
why I
but-
say that's
now that
ridiculous.
you have to wait until they're married for you to
I
procreate.
think you're missing the important thing. But when you're a socially dysfunctional 31-year-old virgin, it's hard. It's a difficult thing.
Hey.
I'm just breaking balls. But seriously, could someone screen share the video, because my computer is having an issue and it can't screen share anymore, and that's
Smoke a little more weed and it'll
Yeah, I can do it, Wolf.
all right, cool. Okay, so we're on the 30 minute,
Oh, hi,
15 second.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see MP joined. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah, hey MP.
and Werewolf.
It's a minute and what did he say?
32 seconds, I think he said.
No, 30 minutes, 15 seconds. 30, 15.
We were all
Yep,
fucking way off.
okay. 30 minutes, 15 seconds. By God, is as close as I can.
MP, where are we gonna get play putt-putt again? Want to kick your ass?
That's true. Reds is the ass kicker. He's fucking professional golfer.
Professional.
Can everyone
golf-
see it?
Ask me. Oh, go ahead.
Can everyone see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Wolf,
maybe
you might present him, or everybody's got to mute or something.
Wolf, can you present it? Oh, there you go.
Hang on. Okay, he's presenting shit. I can't. Hang on, I gotta full screen this.
No, it's fine. We can all mute. I'm sure we can handle it.
Okay, yeah, just everybody mute. I'm gonna head out real quick to somewhere. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. You guys
You want to
take
make give mods to people?
Hell no.
The fuck you mean hell no?
I saw what you did last time. I end the show.
Hey! You were gone. Everybody wanted to leave. So what the fuck else were we supposed to do?
Wolf, you're submitting to the white woman. You're submitting to the white woman like G-Man.
Oh my.
Yeah, well, I want to be around. I want to be around when I submit to the white woman. Okay. I want.
Give me mods, Wolf.
I want to know. Not until I come back.
God damn it! Like fucking, you're gonna take forever. Just okay, whatever, fine.
No, I'm not. I'll be 15 minutes is not a long time.
You always say 5 or 15 minutes, and it's a fucking hour later, and we're just sitting in the hangout like dead air. What are we supposed to talk about? We don't know.
Listen, take
Look,
the
stop
computer into the bathroom while you take a shit.
There. I
Stop being
put the
racist.
external chat. I just snipe him.
Stop being racist right now.
What?
Who needs mods?
I'll slap you again if
Yeah,
if everybody needs to
we
hang
can
out to
just-
me over and you're not here.
I'm gonna
We
be
can just
fucking
snipe each
late
other.
for my own. Look, just play the clip, okay? Goddamn, get on me about my friend.
Okay.
See, I told you all the good things people say about me, all lies.
Wolf just needs to take the computer in the bathroom and take a shit while he's watching this. That's all he
Yes.
needs to do.
Right?
He would be the type. But go ahead, Atheist Ranger.
Well, if I can.
My hands are full of clay right now, so I really can't touch my keyboard too well.
No problem.
Hold on, real quick. I'll just say this. Hold on. I will say this. I'm sorry I was late for last time. That was a fuck up on my part. I admit that, but it is not going to be the case from henceforth.
Okay.
Henceforth. Get the fuck out and go do what you have to do before I whip your ass away. Get out of here. Get.
Yeah,
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
handle
Yes,
your
ma'am.
hangout.
Fucking gonna tell me what I'm gonna do. I'll snipe who I want to when the. No kidding.
All right. Okay. Let me know if you can hear.
Us now.
Certain things. When
Yep,
it's
it's
illegal, they pay.
You're screen sharing us, not the video now.
I'm not. Son of a.
Just be cognizant of which one has the tab under it that says you are sharing. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Keep going. It's not on the video yet.
No, it's a gray
Still on
screen.
Hangouts.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. It's fucking weird.
You got it. You'll figure it out.
You had it a minute ago.
Okay, there we go. Yep. Sorry. fuck up.
There we go.
On to the left. There you go. All right, play it.
Yeah, just stop it where you feel.
Do I
Told you.
take joy in that? No, but you gotta be held accountable for what you do. You don't have to like that.
Okay, I'm gonna back this up because I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Abortions, and that was simply not true. That's all we're saying. I didn't say no women died from doing unsafe things. But here's the thing. You already know what my position is on that. If people do certain things, when it's illegal, then they pay the consequences. Do I take joy in that? No, but you gotta be held accountable for what you do. You don't have to like that, but if you not liking that, it's not an argument.
A translation: women's death at their own fault. That's what I'm getting.
So what was the point of even quoting the OBGYN at that point? If he's saying he's not disputing that women died from it, right? At that point, it's he's either disputing the numbers or he's just simply suggesting it doesn't matter because, you know, if someone's going to choose to do drugs, then they deal with the consequences of their drug abuse, right?
Right.
Yeah, he's pretty much saying the same thing for abortion. That, you know, if they get a back alley and die, well, that's the price they have to pay.
Right, and then they have to go to the hospital, right? And they can't afford to deal with, you know, because they don't have insurance. Who picks up the tab? We do.
Yeah.
So we have, as a society, even if you're not necessarily in the moral argument or you're not as pro-life as you believe you are, because apparently the life you choose to protect is very selective. Just looking at it from a numbers game, money-wise, you know, hospitals have to be paid some way, and they can't legally be turned down just because of their inability to pay. So who picks it up? We do as taxpayers.
Yeah, I'm still unclear. Like, I obviously haven't watched this video, but I hate when people just throw a bunch of arguments together.
I mean,
you should have quality. It should be quality over quantity.
Yeah.
And again, as an atheist, what grounds do you have to stand on to say that anything is immoral?
Oh, you fucking really gonna sit there and fucking?
Oh my god!
Really?
There it is. I knew it. It was coming. It was just a matter of when.
Are you really gonna fucking go there with me, dude?
Yep.
The ultimate stupid argument.
Okay, and by the way, to Hannah, to Xbox, to even to multiple, you probably don't know this about me. I used to be a deist. I used to believe in objective morality. Obviously, I don't anymore. But to me, objective morality does not exist. I've never seen any demonstration of it. So, as far as I'm concerned, his opinion is his morality is just as subjective as mine. That's all I'm going to say to him.
In case you didn't know, I'm agnostic. Xbox and I are both known as Huxleyan agnostic. It's just simply definitional on what exactly type of brand of agnostic we are. I'm not sure about my stance on moral arguments, though. I've heard about, non-realists and all that, and I haven't necessarily come to a decision on which one seems more plausible to me. But I don't know, Xbox, how do you feel about the subjective versus objective morality?
Give me just a second. I'm on the phone.
I'm sorry. And by the way, keep in mind, just by the way, Hannah, I really don't study that kind of thing that often.
To me, it's curious, right? It's just something when I have time to read up on, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole debating morality thing, that's just not my scene. I mean, not something I usually go into. But to sit there and say, well,
it's not everybody's cup of tea.
I'm a human being. I have empathy. I have compassion. What else more do I need?
That's a good start, I'd like to think. It's a good starting point. But you can continue the video.
Yeah.
You argue moral relativism all day from your worldview, and then talk about.
Okay. That was quick. When did I ever say I was a moral relativist?
No,
when did
he's running. I don't know if you're aware of this. He's running a presuppositional argument, which suggests that the only way to even achieve morality is through an objective means. Objective being the theist position, right? Christianity.
Yeah.
So he's going by the default assumption that because you're not a Christian, you're a moral subjectivist.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do believe that morality is relative, but I never said that in the video. So you're bringing up something I didn't even say. which I can't fucking stand.
What's immoral? You have no basis to say anything is moral or immoral. You're just pulling it out your butt crack, point blank.
Ew.
Even if it is true, thousands of women would get unsafe procedures and risk major harm and/or death isn't an argument to justify the act of abortion. The fact that women would do risky things which could lead to major harm and/or their deaths doesn't mean that killing the unborn is a justifiable act. The fact is, actions have consequences, and those women are responsible for the decisions they make. One cannot point the finger elsewhere and blame others. That's a separate issue from the act on the unborn itself, and to connect those two separate issues to justify abortion is nothing more than an illogical emotional argument.
Yeah, go.
So at this point, he's simply suggesting he's not pro-life then, right? Because this pro-life position simply applies to those who are unborn, right?
Apparently,
If you're
yes.
pro-life, you would seek to protect as much life as possible.
Well, and as you, yeah, and then, well, actions have consequences. Okay, so what you're pretty much telling me is that if a woman gets an unsafe abortion and she dies, her death is her fault. When, quite frankly, it shouldn't have been it should not have been illegal in the first place.
But that's his argument.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's difficult. It's difficult to speak to him about abortion, mainly because when you bring up serious issues like women's health, which it doesn't just cause death, right? It causes infertility. It causes amputations. There's a whole slew of problems that could forever be irreversible, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't even necessarily mean death. It just means suffering generally. But his argument is, well, you chose to get that procedure done, therefore you suffer the consequences. Well, what is the situation that pushed such an individual to get that procedure done, right? How can we alleviate that so that fewer women decide that that's a viable option?
Amen, sister. Amen.
Not a logical argument.
Okay, it is absolutely a justification because if women are going to get abortions, they have a right to do it in a safe environment, not an unsafe one. And by the way, nice victim blaming. Okay? The fact that you think it's a woman's fault that she's going to have to go through an unsafe abortion because society made it illegal? No. It is society's fault for backing her into that unsafe corner.
Okay, dude, there's a number of things I got to mention on this. First of all, if you look at legal and abortion, like I said, it's about the ethics of the person performing the procedure, not about whether the procedure is legal or illegal.
Wait, rewind that. It cut a bit. Just back to the beginning of the sentence.
Yeah, my fucking computer's a piece of shit.
No worries.
Society's fault for backing her into that unsafe corner.
Okay, dude, there's a number of things I got to mention on this. First of all, if you look at legal and illegal abortion, like I said, it's about the ethics of the person performing the procedure. Not
okay, pause it. I cannot hear what he said.
I know, but
it's about the what of the person performing it?
It's about the person performing it. I guess their skill level, whether they're trained or not. Yeah.
Wait, so he said what? That it depends on the person performing it, not the act itself?
Yeah, that's what I got out of it. If my fucking computer would stop doing this.
On this. First of all, if you look at legal and illegal abortion, like I said, it's about the ethics of the person performing the procedure, not about whether the procedure is legal or illegal. For example, even in our modern times of legal abortion in the United States, you had this dude who was named Kermit Gosnell. Look him up, guy. Kermit Gosnell. He ran one of the most deadly abortion clinics you can possibly imagine, all right? And all sorts of women died.
One doctor, though. And again, women dying from abortion today is fucking rare.
No, but I mean, that's the same thing for plastic surgeons, right? I think there's a movie about him now, this plastic surgeon who basically maimed people. Like, actually, he didn't perform correct plastic surgery at all. He would basically maim them and leave them with irreparable damage. I think it was one person was, if we could remember, I watched the movie. I didn't read the novel about it. Essentially, he made one person like blind, another person had some sort of problem, like sepsis or something, because the chemicals that he kept injecting were completely not like plastics that are unsafe for human use, right? So this guy was just going all over the place, just cutting people up and recommending plastic surgery for minor cosmetic issues that didn't need plastic surgery, right?
Yeah.
So he just wanted the money. So he just cut people up for that, and I think he didn't even have a license for it, something to that degree.
Yeah, and if I vaguely remember, I think somewhat remember the dude he's talking about, and the dude I don't even think had a medical license, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, you can't really. What?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm saying there's just doctors who are unsafe, right? There's just people who are greedy and who, you know, when you put doctor in your title, people are going to go to you for medical advice, and you can charge them and bill them for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it was, by the way, he's not even responding to my point about how women obviously have a right to get that kind of thing done in a safe environment. He's not even responding to that point.
Right. So you can just get your head out the sand, and you need to check the facts out, man. All sorts of illegal things have happened while abortion is legal now, and a lot of abortion clinics have put that down because of illegal things going on. Again, get your head out, get the fact.
What is he? I'm sorry. What is he suggesting?
Fucking piece of shit computer.
So
look.
Did you make a generalization that abortion clinics are doing illegal shit, therefore abortion clinics are all bad? Like what?
Yeah, that's pretty much what he just said, that a lot of abortion clinics have been shut down because of illegal things, which is, by
a lot
the way,
of abortion clinics have been shut down because of construction violations, right?
Yes, thank you for taking the words right out of my mouth. That is not true. It's because of BS construction violations, which, by the way, most time they're just made up violations. At least from what I've.
Sorry, I'm lagging on my end.
I know. Yeah, same here. It's staticky on my end as well.
Of illegal things going on. Again, get your up the sand and get the facts. It's about the person performing the procedure and what their ethics are, not whether it's legal or illegal. And another thing you got to take into account is you want to make this flimsy argument about a woman doing unsafe things, but then I think at some point in this video, if you haven't mentioned it already, you will mention it at some point later in this video that late-term abortion is illegal. But here's the thing. What if a woman is desperate and want to get an abortion and she can't go a lot of places to get a late-term abortion? What if she does something unsafe then? Did you think about that? Take that into account in your argument? That if she wants to get a late...
What?
Saying that I did say in the video that late-term abortions are illegal at the federal level. He's pretty much saying, well, what if a woman is desperate enough to get that late-term abortion? What if she does an unsafe thing then? That's pretty much what he's saying.
The number of women who get a late-term abortion is very, very, very low. I mean, most who get a late-term abortion are due to medical emergency, right? Because at that point, you already put your chips in. So you know, most women would seek to do it as painlessly as possible. The later the abortion is performed, the more damage it does on the female. So if you're not just saying last minute, well, most of the time, I'm not going to make an absolute statement, but most of the time women are not saying, oh yeah, I'm kind of decidingly not wanting this kid at this particular moment, so let me just vacuum sucker this out. No, it's usually there's an onus on that, right? Like a medical issue, or even adoption is more preferable than someone to get a late-term abortion just because of the damage it does to the human body.
Well, none of that. I mean, if a woman is far enough along, and in fact, I don't know, you may know who he is, Positively Godless brought this same point up to him in a hangout not too long ago. Depending on how far the woman is, they could just induce labor. So this is and I may be using this wrong, but this is just pretty much a red herring point that he's trying to make.
I don't know what this point is going towards. Like I don't see it.
Yeah, that's what's known as a red herring point. It's going nowhere.
Term abortion, that she might do something unsafe. But you the one who talking about, well, it's illegal and they can't do that. As if you act, I don't know if you honestly believe that she should be able to do it. I don't know what your position is on that. Or you just go to the fact that it's illegal and you just ain't not saying anything on that because you don't want to offend somebody. I don't know what that your position is on that. But why don't you make the same argument for where abortion is a legal late term? What?
Okay, Antonio, I'll answer you. I do believe that late term abortion should be illegal because at that point in the pregnancy, as far as I'm concerned, it is a human being. And as far as your, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to claim, but there are exceptions to late term abortions, as I'm sure you are aware of. As Hannah just pointed out, there's a medical exception for late term abortions, so it's not like as long as the woman meets those exceptions, she can do it. But other than that, she can't do it. And depending on how far along she is, they could just induce labor.
If a woman wants to do something more unsafe to her body, are you going to make the same argument then where abortion is illegal? Your argument is just outright just arbitrary. And the more stupid you sound.
Again, that's the fucking pot calling the kettle black.
Or because women have rights. If we aren't even allowed to take organs from a deceased person without his or her consent, regardless of saving someone's life, why are we trying to dictate this living, feeling individual? The mother is alive, and she has rights to her body.
This is nothing more than an organ donation argument. The organ donation argument is not comparable because if someone dies because they didn't receive the organ they needed, it's passive, not active. Active versus passive death is an important distinction. Why? Well, let's say someone who needs an organ from you doesn't get it. Eventually they die. That's passive death. But let's change up the scenario a bit. Let's say you deny your organ to them, and before they pass away as a consequence, you put a bullet in their head. Now, you would be clearly charged with murder if you did such a thing, and for good reason, but you wouldn't have been charged at all if you simply denied your organ and the person passed away on their own. In other words, you cannot actively kill someone because they rely upon you for their survival. This is what abortion is, the active killing of the unborn. It is not simply a passive denial of a woman's body. There is a clear difference between active death and passive death. Even if one could make a coherent bodily autonomy argument, it would not justify active killing. And let's take such reasoning and apply it elsewhere. Let's say a landlord rents out property they own to a tenant. Generally speaking, they own the property. Their property, their choice, right? It's simply a bad argument. Case closed. And oh yes, she says the mother is alive as if to imply the unborn isn't alive. If this was her implication, then she needs to brush up on some basic science and learn the unborn's alive.
Okay, the example you gave was honestly, pardon me, was honestly just so dumb that I'm not even going to respond to it.
Translation. Oh, I might have an answer for you, but I'm not going to tell you what it is, so I'm just going to go on about my business. Dude, you don't have an argument, man. That's the truth. That's why you're not going to say nothing.
Yeah, I find it, I find it rather amusing that you think you can don't ever do that again.
That's why you're not going to object to it. It's not because you show that the example is stupid. You just ain't got nothing to say, man.
Okay, I have something to say. The example you brought up with the landlord. There are these things called legal agreements. It is the law that a landlord cannot just kick you out for no fucking reason. At least as far as I know, when you rent from a landlord, they have to have a reason for kicking you out. That's obviously different from a woman carrying a fetus. Okay, there's no actual legal contract there.
So stop the BS.
But Antonio, it isn't actively killing anything.
Nothing is actively being killed, okay? Because all women are doing is they are removing. It is women removing something from their body that they do not. Okay, you may find this hard to believe, Antonio, but women are not hosts. They are not obligated to carry something in their body that they do not want simply because you disagree with it. All right. In fact, this is to use an example. Telling women that they can't have an abortion because you personally disagree with it, that would be like me coming to you and telling you that you can't eat donuts because I'm on a diet.
Okay, this is expose what you said right here. The first thing is, you talk as if what these abortionists are doing with these women are just simply performing the procedure, like these women are just going up in there and just removing some tissue. A lot of pro-choice would say that what these women are doing is a very hard decision to make. They're not merely removing tissue, guy. If it was just...
Okay, first of all, why the fuck do you keep calling me guy? Just call me Ranger or something. And secondly, as I've made very clear, as far as I'm concerned, abortion is no different from any other fucking medical procedure.
See, go ahead. No, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay.
It wouldn't be one of the hardest decisions for them to make, period. A lot of abortion, a lot of pro-choices, as you said, well, you said some, but it's more than some, guys. It's a lot more than some that just say that nobody really likes abortion. You're not just merely removing...
Okay, citation needed, please.
Tissue, guy. In fact, a lot of abortionists will make it very clear, people who do this stuff for a living, that they're not just simply removing tissue. They're outright killing. They're in the business of death. There's people who have admitted this, dude, and I'll have a link in the description to back this up.
Okay. So fucking what? Okay, I don't care what some doctors have said. It is not killing anything.
And then you want to say this whole issue about, it's like getting mad at somebody for eating donuts when that person's on a diet. You just shot yourself in the foot with that logic, guy, because you're sitting up here getting upset at pro-lifers going against women and this whole abortion thing, that they need to stay out of women's personal lives and things like this. Well, here's the thing. If pro-lifers truly believe what they're doing is wrong, they have every right to engage in that sort of activism. So just because you don't like them engaging in the activism...
When did I say I didn't like it? All I just said is that you can't tell them what to do because you personally disagree with it. I never said you couldn't be active about your beliefs. So once again, thank you for putting words in my mouth again.
When they truly believe that abortion is wrong, it's basically like you're mad because you are on whatever pro-abortion diet you're on, and the pro-lifers are eating donuts and you can't stand it.
What the fuck are you... Never mind.
So if you really support choice...
Can I ask... Can I ask...
Go ahead.
Like, I don't necessarily want to argue where I disagree and stuff with you. I want to know, like, what does Antonio's argument boil down to? Like, what is his argument?
You mean like this, what he's specifically responding to?
Yeah, no, just on abortion, period. Like he says abortion is wrong in all cases, in all times, essentially, right?
Yes. The last time I talked to him, he did. This again, this talked to him face to face in like months. But the last time I talked to him, he did say that he would grant exceptions for medical emergencies.
Right, for the extreme cases kind of deal.
Exactly, but other than that, yes, he believes case.
Does he have an argument, a clear argument for why he would delineate or why he would restrict people from abortions?
Because as far as I know, he likes to use the moral argument, which is he believes it's morally wrong. He believes abortion is morally wrong. That's the argument I got from him.
Yeah. Well, he gets that from the Bible, right? Like
I'm assuming so. Yes.
That's kind of what I think he does. I think that he just appeals to an authority, the Bible, right, and then says, "Well, it's morally wrong." So
yeah, I mean, again, I'm assuming so.
That's a huge leap to go. It's morally wrong. We should make it illegal.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm assuming he thinks it's morally wrong because of the Bible. I'm not going to sit here and put words in his mouth like he's done with me. But I mean, you'd have to go.
People stand up for what they really believe, then why are you getting mad at why are you eating donuts, or rather, why are you on your little pro-abortion diet? You getting mad at the pro-lifers eating pro-life donuts? That's basically what you're doing. So when you
No, I'm not. And then at what point did I get angry?
say it's like pro-lifers, or it's like somebody getting mad at somebody for eating donuts when they're on the diet, that's basically what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
And especially when you go to this.
Okay, first of all, no, I'm not. I never said you couldn't protest abortion. Don't sink me down to your level, dude. Okay, you think abortion should be illegal because you personally disagree with it. Okay, I'm saying to women, hey, here's an option if you don't want to carry this baby. That's all I'm doing. So don't stick me to your level.
Whole angle about that people shouldn't shame women. Well, who says they should do what? You have no basis to say anybody should do anything. You are saying what they should do, what they ought not to do. Ought reasoning from. You try to frame this into this issue about, oh, you just getting mad at somebody eating donuts when they're on a diet.
Okay, he's fucking rambling.
So when you say crap like that, you actually shoot yourself in the. This is yet another thing she stated, which is demonstrably false. Elective late-term abortions happen all the time in places like Maryland, around 26 to 20 weeks of pregnancy. In New York, late-term abortions are not unusual and occur quite regularly. And again, these are elective. I'm not talking about life-saving procedures. I'm talking about actual elective late-term abortions. She's also ignorant of the Doe v. Bolton ruling, which defined quote-unquote health quite broadly across the board, in which a woman can get an abortion, including mental health. All she has to do is get an abortion to sign off on it, and under this ruling, abortions are covered all 9 months. She may not actually have a life-threatening issue, but if the abortion is signed on it, she's covered. She clearly either hasn't thoroughly researched this issue and is arguing in ignorance, or she's deliberately being dishonest.
Sick.
Okay, Antonio, what you just said is demonstrably false. Late-term abortions are illegal at the federal level, and that means late-term abortions for just casual reasons. That is illegal at the federal level.
You know something, dude? You have a bad habit of saying things without referencing anything you're talking about to back it up. I challenge you at some point in the future to show me where it says abortions are banned on the federal level.
I said late term. I didn't say just abortions. I said late term abortions. At least last time I checked, they're illegal at the federal level.
And I'm betting a lot of money that you won't be able to find it.
As far as to what your statement about New York and Maryland, honestly, I'm going to need a citation because I tried looking that up and I could not find that law. I couldn't find that research anywhere.
Asking you, Cheryl.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just hold on one moment. Boom.
Yeah, I hope you're looking at the site for citations too.
In case you want, this is this is the wiki. But if you look up here, right, this actually clicks to the link where you can see the act, right?
Yep.
That's exactly what I was googling. Yep.
Yeah. So it's constitutionally upheld. So
let me stop screen share for a second.
Right. So she's given a citation for what you said. Exactly what he asked for.
Yeah, that late-term abortions are illegal at the federal level.
Right.
Yeah, unless I think it was contested in the Supreme Court in 2009. What does it say? 2007.
Yeah,
But I believe it's still upheld.
yeah. You mind putting that in the side chat there, so I can look it up later?
It's just on Wiki. I mean, I'll here. Hold on. I'll do some more research and make sure that there isn't some new Supreme Court ruling that doesn't
Yeah, there's some
override it.
hiccup in there.
It should pretty much be a dead issue. Hold on. Because otherwise it would see that it would be banned, but it's not. It's just still enacted.
I'll give you a link to if you want to look at it.
Yeah,
It's from 2016, so it's a little newer.
yeah, it's still enacted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything that says it's not. That's been overturned. Yeah, yeah, same as Xbox and I have said. It's pretty much still enacted.
Okay, awesome. Then, like I said, last I checked, I mean, again, abortion is not something I usually get involved with. So,
well, it's kind of the whole issue is kind of like two separate issues almost. I mean, when you start talking about killing something, well, it's different if it's conscious, right? We place a different value on something that's conscious versus not. But then you're also making, like, you have to argue about what personal rights are and what rights you have to do with your body and things like that. It's a tough issue.
It's a slippery slope, right? Like, I don't know if there's a series on I think it's on Hulu where women are essentially just pregnancy farms, right? So those that are unable to conceive are basically deemed like worthless. They just caretake to those who can. And I mean, it's an interesting series. I was recommended it the other day, and I only just started watching. I keep forgetting the name of the series.
oh yeah, the Handmaid's Tale or something.
Yeah, something to that effect. It's actually a really good. It's
What's
a really
it called?
good series. I recommend it. Sorry.
What's it called? You said. Or what do you think it's called?
Something about like handmaid and something.
Yeah, it's called.
Yeah. Actually, I called my cable guy the other day for some issue, and he recommended me like 3 or 4 things to watch on Netflix, and it was.
I think that one's on
I
Hulu.
still have the notes.
Yeah, it's on Hulu. It's called The Handmaid's Tale.
Yes,
Handmaid's Tale, right? Yeah.
That's
nice.
excellent. That's a really excellent series. I mean, it's really a good brain experiment, right? To do with what do we consider the line for bodily autonomy, right? Because at that point in history, I believe the premise is, the infertility is on the rise, so there's not enough people going around procreating, right? It's not as commonplace as it is today. So at that point, do you suspend bodily autonomy in favor of continuing the human race? And what does that mean for those who are basically like, baby farms?
So what I missed?
And you got to look at we have a little bit different thing than just natural animals having sex and procreating, because we set up our societies and things like that, right? Like, how do we want social societies to function versus just letting nature happen?
Right.
It could be a really deep thing. It's not. I don't think it's as simple as a lot of these. It's the same.
But that's why I like the show so much, because it's a good experiment to kind of explore that without risking anything in real life, right? It's not like passing legislation and trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in real life.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Wolf, we've just been watching the video and he's commented on it. I missed a lot of it too because I had a phone call in the middle of it.
G-Man got lost in Bronx, so I had a phone call. I had to step away.
Oh, cool.
Yes,
Very cool.
giving him directions.
And now we can respond.
Well, I'm here on my mobile, so I can comment on it too now. It's all good.
Cool. We can respond together.
It's in the description.
And furthermore, to what you said about late-term abortions happening on a regular basis is fucking not true. Late-terms only consist of 5% of all total abortions. Okay? Late-term abortions don't happen that often. And most of the time, 99% do happen is because of life-threatening situations.
Which I already contradicted that anyway with the links I just told you I had in the description. On top of the fact that you didn't even submit any links at all to back up what you just said.
Okay.
Does the World Health Organization count as a credible source?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a bad habit, but I mean, I've told many people, if you don't go look it up yourself. I'm a busy guy. I don't have fucking time to be putting numerous links in the fucking description. That's just me.
Well, no, this is goes back to that thing like I was saying, and I'm guessing he gets his morality thing from the Bible, right? If they're to ask him, it seems like a pattern here of appealing to authority. And that's not just from this. I've had plenty of conversations with him where he'll start screaming out for citations and pay. It's a constant appeal to authority, and he wants you to appeal to authority, and none of that matters. Like it doesn't matter who said what. It matters what actually happens and what's actually going on,
and what's actually legal and not.
Right. Yeah, that's the whole issue too, is whether it's legal or not, or moral or not. Those are two separate things.
But you see, this is why I have such a problem. Sorry, this is why I have such a problem with arguing with Antonio, because so many times he's so busy trying to identify the fallacy that you're committing, if there is a fallacy, which I'd like to say that it's about 70-30 he gets it wrong. But it's often that when you're trying to actually make a legitimate point, he's too busy trying to find the flaw in the argument in and of itself, right? Just like the fallacy, right? So at some point, when you're just trying to connect with him on a human level, like, listen, we both don't want abortions to be happening. Nobody's happy about it, right? So let's look for credible or at least legitimate solutions to reduce the number. I believe he said it in his response video to something Red said, where he basically said, why would anybody want to compromise when it comes to murder, right? And I thought, what a false equivocation that is. Because we're not at all dealing with something as heinous as murder. I understand that he believes that's the case, but that's him not understanding another point of view. At some point, we're agreeing that the reduction needs to be done, right? But he's not at all compromising on what should be done about it. He's simply saying outright illegal, ban anybody who does it, jail anybody who is associated with it, flat out abstinent only. That's not a solution. That's simply totalitarianism.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at earlier. It's one thing to get a society to shame a certain behavior to where it's taboo, and then that really, helps lower the numbers. And then it's another to have the government or the police or your neighbor stand in front of you and force you into these things, force you to have these kind of behaviors, force you to have these kind of thoughts. And it's crazy to me.
Yeah.
I don't see why it's difficult to suggest alternatives, right? Because I don't. Again, you should probably watch it on my Hangout just so you can understand where I'm coming from as far as understanding Antonio's point of view. Because we did give him quite a lengthy period of time to express himself. So if you really wanted to hear from the horse's mouth himself, I have a video on my channel where we talk about it.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out because I'm not real sure. Like I said, I've had conversations with him, but I don't know what his actual argument why all abortion should be banned, other than appeal to authority, which I don't care. I don't take his Bible as authority, or God's word, so you're gonna have to come with something else.
But that's the problem right then and there, because he waffles back and forth between all abortions being illegal or not, right? Because again, during his talk with Skylar Fiction, I don't know what, like a year or two ago, he was saying all of them should be illegal, and it was clarified several times. Are you sure you mean all, as in absolutely, as in all, every single instance of abortion should be illegal?
Yeah. Well, just last month. He said yes. Because just this last month, or within this last month, I had a similar conversation with him. I have memorializing that I don't see how you are appealing to the Bible and God's word and saying that all abortion should be legal when it specifically tells you how to cause an abortion if your wife stepped out on you. And he was still on this all abortions kick. But I mean, it shows progress if he's moving to some now. But still, it doesn't. But that still doesn't matter, because he's still unless he's got some argument of why. Even then, it makes it worse. Now he needs an argument for why some abortions are okay and why some aren't.
That's
I need
my
more
problem.
than
He's not
just his
making
appeal
progress.
to. Sorry, I just need something more than an appeal to. Well, someone else said so.
Well, regardless of the fact, he's not making progress, because otherwise he would have had a concrete position where, you know, I understand in a year before, maybe, you know, he had an open mind. This has been discussed with him thoroughly enough where he should know whether he believes most or all, right? The difference between the two words.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. That's the problem. One hangout, he'll say all abortions should be X, right? And then
Yeah.
next hangout, he said, I've never said that, or that's not what I meant, or whatever. So, you know, when you use the argument, hey, medically necessitated abortions should still be illegal, it should still be a valid option when obviously needed to protect the life of the mother or the fetus or both, whatever, right? To protect the life of the mother, excuse me. Then he'll just say, well, I never said that. Well, the whole reason why I'm bringing up the fucking argument is because you said no, right? To all of them. So it's not progress at all if he's still waffling at this point.
Yeah, make up your mind. Give it, but either stance he takes, we still need a clear argument, right? Like, if there's an argument in the Bible, then repeat that argument. Don't appeal to, well, the Bible said it or God said it. Repeat the argument, the reasoning behind your stance. Whether you say some or all, give us the reasons or arguments for it.
He would move between legality issue as well and the moral issue. So he would bring up the moral problem of abortion, right? Whether you're killing the life of an unborn, right? So sentient human being. Or he would bring up the issue. Almost fell that down. Ooh, fucking shit. Okay, sorry. Or he would bring the issue. Oh shit, what was I saying? I brought up the. Did I bring up the Bible? No, I didn't. Right?
Shit, just at least enough on the moral issue. So fucking what? Like, I do immoral things all the time, right? Like, or things that you might find immoral. Like, so what?
Hold on, I have a phone call.
Yeah, I can talk on this for a minute. Like, we don't. I don't know. You can't just say, well, it's immoral. And
yeah, I'm not gonna play
I can't do it. So, like, you have different morals than me. So what?
Yeah.
If enough people get together with the same morals and then enforce it on me, like, even that's still, so what? That's fucked up. I still don't think you can enforce morals this way. You're telling someone how to believe and behave rather than letting them do it, letting them have their own autonomy.
Yeah. I'm not gonna play this very much longer because my ass is starving and I still have my own video to do. Not regarding this, but something else.
Yeah, right on. Go ahead and play it.
I'll play for maybe 10 more minutes.
What's for you guys? Remove this alone, bro.
Because they are not horribly dismembered, like those bloody, scary, gory pictures you see online. Early abortion can be done at home with a pill if the woman so chooses. Abortion is a safe, simple procedure.
Just because the abortion pill exists does not mean there aren't dismemberment abortions which exist. This was just an outrageously stupid point on our part, which demands another moment of silence.
What a sad attempt at humor, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. And now we've returned to destroying head logic and demonstrably false statements.
Okay, no, that's what I'm doing with you, because you clearly missed her point. You may find this hard to believe, Antonio, but most abortions, there is no whatsoever fucking ever. With most abortions, I think a little over it. Time I checked, most abortions happen they vacuum the cluster of cells out of a woman's uterus, or they give you a pill which pretty much flushes everything out. That's what's going on most of the time. That's why we consider it dishonest when you're showing people these dismemberment photos, because it's not true. That's not what's going on most of the time.
Here's the thing, dude. It seems to me, whether indirectly, you actually acknowledge the point I'm making. What do I mean by that? Well, you just said that most of them happen early on to where they don't look like dismemberment. But the thing is, just because most of them don't happen that way, don't mean that any of them don't happen that way. It's because you're talking about most of them happen early term.
Yeah, when did I refuse that point? When did I say, well, no dismemberment abortions out? Okay, but that's not the majority. So again, putting words in my mouth.
Don't mean that none of them happen in the dismemberment. So you just made the point that I made. It doesn't matter the level of amount, the quantity. It matters whether they happen at all. But that's an irrelevant point anyway, because you talking about the method in which they're done and how they look like doesn't have anything to do with whether the procedure itself is right or not, or rather, I should say, should be morally permissible or not. Because that's just like saying, well, someone only injects people in a coma with some sort of thing that puts them to death without them realizing it. Rather than
what?
So
yeah, I don't know where the fuck he's going with this.
Yeah, I didn't follow that analogy.
I half heard what he said, so I was just like, the half I did hear, I'm like, what the fuck?
Same here. Same here.
Yes.
And I was like, what the
I'm sorry about that. My computer's a piece of crap.
Or not. Because that's just like saying, well, someone only injects people in a coma with some sort of thing that puts them to death without them realizing it. Rather than them taking a chainsaw and then chopping their bodies up.
What?
So just because you...
Oh, I kind of get it now.
I'm still half hearing it. Can you reiterate what he said?
Yeah, he said it's like taking giving some shot to a coma patient that puts them to death versus, or without them realizing it, versus taking a chainsaw to their body.
Oh, so he's disputing the methodology?
Yes.
Of the killing?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I brought up the point that, you know, with most abortions, they either give you a pill or they suck it out of you. That this whole dismemberment thing doesn't happen that often. But he's trying to make it sound like I'm saying that it never happens, which I never fucking said. This is once again him putting what.
I mean,
Ranger, Ranger, why do you deny that they're having their baby parts sold to random people?
I will never acknowledge that truth, sir.
My God.
You gotta, us atheists gotta eat at some point, right?
I'm sorry?
I was making a joke off of what Will said.
Oh.
He said
Don't say that on the internet. Some people will think it's true.
Right. Wolf was talking about selling the body parts off, and I was like, well, us atheists gotta eat too, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just a joke, everyone. Just a joke.
You never know. Some senator might take it seriously.
Oh.
You can kill somebody, and it could be outright brutal looking, or you can still kill somebody, and it looks peaceful.
Okay, but people aren't being killed, so that's bad example.
Kill somebody a number of different ways. But just because you do it quote unquote more peaceful doesn't mean it's right. So it doesn't matter whether you appeal to this looks argument or not. It doesn't do anything for your position, not one bit.
I mean, it also has to do with suffering as well. If you're causing a minimal amount of suffering, if you're going to kill somebody, you know, if you're going to kill somebody and you're doing it for some sort of justification, right? Like, let's say it's abortion or, I don't know, terminally ill patient. It's not a matter of the method, right? It's a matter of how much suffering are you inducing. If that's the case, right? If that's the case, that's going to happen.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, with you know, sucking it out or taking the pill, there's quite literally no suffering there. Whereas with dismemberment, depending on how old the fetus is, there could be pain involved.
I mean, that's assuming that at that point the nervous system's developed, and that's mostly in the second to third trimester.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. You know, depending on how long, the fetus.
I'm not sure where he finds if he finds any kind of justified killing at any.
Well, he also believes that it's morally justified to kill people on prisoners depending on the severity of their crimes. So he does believe in death row.
Yeah, that's why it's weird when it comes to this, and it's not like the typical thing you hear. Well, why do they worry about that and this? But if you, like you said, a terminally ill patient or something like that, that one's hard because the patient is going to die. So I usually like using the coma, like someone in a coma, and pulling them off example better, because you can functionally keep their organs going and things like that, just the same way a fetus is when it's connected to you. Well, if they're, I'm not even going to read it. Sorry, you said it good enough. It's about the amount of suffering.
Yeah,
I don't want to go on a long rant. I know Atheist Ranger doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm gonna play this for a few more minutes. I mean, if you guys want to respond to it after I'm gone, it's just that I'm fucking hungry, and I have a video to make later of my own. So, and I still have to finish that. Yeah, just a few more minutes.
Prison in El Salvador over miscarriages, accused of having illegal abortions and charged with murder.
This is just another outrageously stupid argument. People are accused of lots of things in society they are innocent of. Nobody wants things to happen, but that doesn't mean it exists against.
You're starting to cut out really bad.
Yeah, no, it's the fucking video. Let me back it up here.
Outrageously stupid argument. People are accused of lots of things in society they are innocent of. Nobody wants such things to happen, but that doesn't mean laws shouldn't exist against certain things, because at times innocent people may go to prison. Let's just make killing any and every person legal, because way too many times the wrong person was convicted. That way, we'll prevent any innocent person from going to prison. This is just all around bad reasoning.
I don't understand the point that he's rebutting to, and I don't understand the point that was made originally.
He's getting at this, that it's illegal, and he for some reason thinks that like murder is illegal because it's wrong to kill people.
No, I mean it's I would argue it's a false equivocation, right? Like I understand in his personal worldview, abortion and murder are basically synonyms, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, you're talking about those that are medically necessitated as well. You would be defining them as murder as well, right? And you wouldn't call a medical procedure that removes a tumor murder, right?
Yeah, no, and I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll lay out my case later, but I think some instances are murder, but let's just call it killing. Why we make things illegal, like murder, it's not because they're wrong. It's because you can't have a society built on allowing people to kill other people just because. So you've got to have some other reason.
You'd be functionally inept at that point.
Right. So when it comes to babies, you've got to have a reason to make it illegal, other than you just find it wrong. Like, yes, it's killing if it is right. Like if it's a life. Well, so if from his view, and then if it's killing, then it's killing. But that doesn't mean all of a sudden it's illegal.
But the thing is, I don't want to grant him much, mainly because then you kind of deal with, how do I put it? You deal with sort of false equivocations more so in that way than just dealing with, is it really murder, is it not? Because at that point he'll be like, well, is all murder illegal? It's like, yes. Then de facto, abortion is illegal. It's like, what the fuck? Like it's not an argument,
Yeah, a lot of people are like differ around this area, like whether it's life, whether it's not, whether it's alive, whether it's not, like whether it's conscious or not, things like, and whether it's murder or just killing, whether it's justified or not. It's all just been on who you're talking to, kind of thing of how they view it. Once he gets through this, I'll lay my case up to you and tell me what you think, because my views drastically changed, like I said, over the past couple of years. That.
Gotcha.
Of jurisprudence in society, not an argument against it.
Okay, what a fucking straw man as usual. Once again, you missed her point. She's obviously responding to the point of, well, you know what? You can just adopt. Well, guess what, Antonio? Adopt.
Yeah, I responded way too fucking soon for that, so I'm gonna skip ahead. It was the wrong point at the wrong time.
in a knee-jerk fashion before you even think about what you really.
Police resources investigating miscarriages to make sure they were accidental.
Which is nothing more than pathetic scare tactics, because if you're at least talking about the United States, there is no such that such were even happening, dude.
I never said it was happening. We'll have to do it if you make it illegal. At least that's just my opinion.
Well, is there? I don't know the stats on this, but are there bunches of people just going out and having abortions? That it's such a problem that the law needs to step in and
well, there's a large percentage. I think it's like what 20% that are basically. I don't know the technical definition of unjustified. You know, I'm saying I'm putting that definition out there, but essentially it's I don't want to have the baby, or it's I can't. What's also occasionally included is like it's not financially viable for me to have the baby. You know, things of that nature. It's too inconvenient. So it's roughly like at the high 20s, I believe, or low 30s.
But I mean, is it affecting the society in any way? Like, I mean, it is in any way, but I mean, like, is it affecting the society so much that we need?
That's an uncomfortable. That's actually quite uncomfortable for people to talk to, because there's a few case studies, not case study. I want to say that it's putting in the wrong realm. There's a few studies in general out there that suggest that abortion is actually good. Right. So
right, yeah.
It's not that's something to discuss in better circles. I wouldn't have that discussion with Antonio, because I think it would just go to shit. But essentially the suggestion is if you give low income women more autonomy over whether or not they can have children, you give them better quality of life and better control of their financial decisions, so they can make smarter moves for them to rise up in income. So, you know, children tie you down to a certain class in society most of the time for those who are already on the edge. So there's been several arguments made, or several studies made, where they suggest that because abortion, more general abortions are made legal, that they actually raised, you know, people
like
from
quality
low
of
income.
life and things like that.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
I mean, these
not
people go on
just
to
for
have
that person,
families
but
of
for
their own.
everyone.
I mean, the argument's also made that these people go out to have families of their own when they're financially viable to have them. So it's not as if they're simply abstaining from having children, period. They're just delaying it until they're in a better position to do so.
Right.
So,
and this, it just, not too many people scare me, not too many things said on here, from flat earth to anti-science stuff on here. But when people that want to jump to making things illegal and having the government step in or police step in so quickly about things without, you know, proper reasoning behind it or rationality, just, you know, someone said so, or the Bible said so, or that scares me. Like that more than anything, it literally scares me.
Well, it's also alarming to me, but usually it's an uncomfortable topic when people say that abortion is good, right? Like I'm even somewhat miffed about the idea of killing children or killing unborn babies is a good thing for society. But if we want to have a discussion as far as what does science or what do studies suggest, then that's a totally different, you know, then we'd have to put aside our personal feelings and just kind of tackle it from that angle.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of here.
Oh, sorry, Atheist. Go ahead, man.
No, I was gonna say just real quick. The reason I stopped screen sharing is I'm gonna get out of here. I've yet to have dinner, and like I said, I'm gonna be making my own video later, not on him, but on something else. But Hannah, it was nice to finally meet you. Xbox, it was good to see you again. It's been a while.
Nice to meet you as well.
And in case you two are interested, I'm doing a hangout Sunday night, 9:30 Eastern time. So if you guys wanna come in, you're more than welcome.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
If you guys want to respond to it while I'm gone,
we're gonna keep talking. I'm actually quite interested to hear you know, Xbox's point of view on it.
Okay, well, see you later.
Yeah, have a good night, man. Thanks. Yeah, no, I do like that legality stuff. Just I know that's not really a conversation you have with Antonio, especially at this, because it seems as if he's just saying it's maybe morally wrong, or my Bible says so it should be illegal. And a theocracy like that is pretty scary. But
yeah, I mean, he waffles between different types of appeal to authority, right? Like he'll appeal to the justification, biblical justification, or he'll appeal to some. I believe last time I talked to him, he was appealing to some Nixon era doctor who believed during his tenure as like the head of, I don't know, the head of the Department of Health or something, that he didn't see an abortion that was ever deemed necessary. That somehow that speaks for cases. And he was something like that.
Yeah, you end up like, and that's I don't. You've heard me say it before. I don't get into. I hate when people get into like dueling scientists or dueling philosophers. Or you're always going to find someone to say the opposite of pretty much of whatever you're claiming. So
I don't mind.
These appeals aren't good. Like that's not a good argument.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like when people appeal to particular philosophers and then then respond to critiques from other like that. That's kind of annoying. I agree with you there. I don't mind it as much. But if someone were to just say, well, this scientist says this and this other doctor says that, then that honestly just I just shut down mentally. I'm like, yeah, I'm not interested in this conversation anymore.
Yeah,
Hey,
there's oh good man.
Did Atheist Ranger say everything he had to say?
Yeah, he had to go eat, so he's he said he's gonna make a video later about it, or about something else, but whatever he's gonna.
Was the complete video covered?
I think most of it, yeah.
Yeah, most of it. He was like at least 3/4. It might have been a little bit more. I think he got to where he wanted. He was okay with it.
Yeah, I think it was for the best because Antonio tends to he tends to be very passionate on the subjects he want to talk about, but he fails to understand the nuances and the actual rationale behind some of the positions he wishes to engage against. So I mean, that's why I started to hang out to begin with.
Another problem I have with Antonio, a lot of the time when he does provide links, and I don't mind if they link to a pro-life website. I just want to see where the website itself is linking its studies, and it's really annoying half of the time because when you do click the links from from the pro-life site to the actual study, it's not nearly as dramatic as he's making it out to be. And it's he's not all the time he's necessarily wrong. Like there's been a few times where I've agreed with him that it happens in a certain percentage, but the number is he's exaggerating, and that turns out to be the case a good percentage of the time. And it's just
right.
If we're not going to be realistic about the numbers, and we're not talking about moral non-cognitivists or some moral issue or something like that, where it honestly can be a toss-up. This is happening in society in real life. This is affecting a lot of our cultural and social norms. So it's something worth talking about in realistic terms. And I'm not interested in constantly entertaining conflations.
Yeah, and you have a responsibility to especially when you start citing numbers that way of things happening to people and why they shouldn't do it or why they should or why it's illegal or not. You've got a responsibility to watch your language and make sure when you're espousing these things publicly like this and for the record that you're not totally off base and start some big myth that starts snowballing into bigger numbers and bigger numbers, and then it keeps going generation after generation. There's plenty of examples of things like that. They're always terrible.
Yeah, like he made a video a while ago. I think this was before he stopped hosting Hangouts. I think it was I don't know, maybe a few months ago, where he was directing attention towards crisis pregnancy centers. I don't know if you're aware of what they are, Nick.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, so essentially, it's pro-life individuals, usually associated with the church or some Christian organization, who purposefully brand themselves as some sort of medical experts when it comes to pregnancy, right? So that women who are seeking abortions, they mistakenly go there thinking that they can seek medical advice.
Yeah,
and a lot of times it's them telling them. Some of the tales have been. I won't repeat some of the tales, but essentially, it's
like how bad it is if you don't keep it. Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, it basically everything but sound medical advice. Like they'll tell people that abortions cause breast cancer.
Right.
stuff that just blatantly isn't true. And he was essentially making the argument that if we had more crisis pregnancy centers, abortions would happen less. But what he fails to realize is that they outnumber abortion centers. What was it, like fucking 12-1 or some crap like that? Actually, let me look that up.
He just doesn't understand that doctors and patients, people actually make these choices. They could, at least in theory, consider all the information and not just make dogmatic statements about these things. That's just not how the world works. This is a procedure, and it's based on the best science we have available. All right, and if he actually wants to see these things reduced, there are practical ways of doing it. I've already noted it. Redline has already noted it with birth control and sex ed. Even that choice when they fail.
Right, you should be able to make some kind of a secular reasoning behind your stance if you wanted other people to take you seriously.
Yeah, like this. I was just typing in to see what the statistics are as far as like how much they outnumber them, and I came across a Time magazine article where basically they're citing how they'll tell women that the condoms fail 67% of the time, like some ridiculous, obnoxious lie like that.
I've heard of sex education school people that will, since they will allow organizations to come in and teach sex education at schools, so they market themselves as being nothing to do with the church, but actually they're completely tied to the church, and they come in and do their sex education, and they'll spout off numbers like that about condoms failing a ton of the times and things like that.
Yeah, I mean this right now is saying there are about 4,000 in operation, and I can already tell you that's way more abortion clinics. That's already way more abortion clinics that there are in existence in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that number is already obnoxiously high. I can't remember where I read that somewhere. It was something crazy like 5-1 or some high number like that. But essentially they just outnumber abortion clinics already. Somehow that's not stopping all abortions. So
that's wild.
Sorry, Antonio.
Yeah, see, I don't mind people telling you their beliefs and what they think you should or shouldn't do, things like that. But when you go beyond that and start like forcing someone to do these things or act this way, but I don't know. Maybe I have too much of a freedom type view of you have the right to murder me, I have the right to stop you from murdering me, kind of view. Like,
no, I mean for me it's I don't. There are certain things that I guess for moral reasons, which is probably not a good place to argue from, considering I don't really have a moral position yet. If you are branding yourself as a medical service, right? Whether it's to receive information or to receive a procedure, whatever it is, you have a responsibility to the people that are seeking medical advice to actually give sound medical advice, right? But crisis abortion centers do not. Like, they don't need to have a licensed nurse on staff. They don't need to have a license, whether it's a gynecologist or nobody needs to be on staff that is medically trained at all. And most of the time they're trained from people within the organization on how to talk to people, like how to convince people not to have an abortion. Well, that's not good, right? Like if someone is in, I don't know, an abusive relationship, or again, these are not necessarily medical. I'm trying to give a non-medical emergency example where, pregnancy is an option, right? And I wouldn't necessarily fault them for it.
Yeah. You can view cancer that way. Cancer can be an example. If you have a tumorous cancer growing on,
yeah.
And you went to the cancer crisis clinic, and they were, telling you everything but anything medical or science, anything to do with the medical sciences. that would be a same example. Like, and then you die from this big ass tumor on you.
Yeah. That's my caveat when talking to Antonio. You know, I don't like that he's spreading misinformation about them. You know, he's basically advocating that crisis pregnancy centers should be the go-to for women, when in reality they've probably caused a lot more damage just by being you know, from false advertising alone. But
yeah, and that's why I hope even the dumb people can use Google at this point and check, like, if you have people out there advocating these centers, that there are people responding, so you can Google and see, oh, this is what kind of a place this is before you go, kind of thing.
right, but they brand themselves on Google searches to show up alongside with actual legitimate crisis pregnancy centers, like actual abortion centers, so that
Right.
women would mistakenly go to them seeking an abortion. Instead, they
Right.
get a whole dose of religiosity. You know? These are the kind of conversations I want to have with someone like Antonio, but honestly, I don't have the time for that. I just don't have the time to deal with appeals to authority or some sort of conflation. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think there's much deep thought going on into this issue with him. And put that on the other hand, I don't think the people that have been responding, like arguing with him, have put deep thought into their positions either, well enough that they can just shut him down. Even when I think they have the right answers, I think a lot of times they haven't thought deep enough about it to shut the argument down or to point out the problems with it.
Well, I'm not interested in necessarily shutting him down, right? Because I don't mind if you have a religious objection to abortion, right? That doesn't bother me in the slightest, and I wouldn't want to step over that line.
Absolutely.
Right? But if you're advocating certain cultural practice or legal practice to be done, then you have ramifications for it. And I don't quite care for those that pretend history is imaginative. History tells us that these are the effects of making abortion illegal. Essentially, you're just maiming a whole bunch of women, right? Because they're gonna seek one if they have no other alternative available to them, right?
Right.
So the whole point is, let's present alternatives. If you refuse to do so because of your religiosity and because you believe that abstinence only is the only way to go, then there's no reasoning with you, right? You're just denying what's available because of your own personal or religious views.
We'll see. That's sort of the point that I was going to bring up, was that it's not whether or not he has a religious objection to it. I mean, that's really irrelevant. What I care about is whether or not he could rationally defend his position, right? And just based on the experience of engaging with him in discussion, as well as hearing his points in text and video, I mean, it really just seems like he makes trivial kind of points and cases to justify his position, and he doesn't really bring anything concrete to the table. He just either like shames and whines about the emotional side of things, rather than talking about like what is medically viable for the mother making like the choice, or the woman making, like, deciding whether or not she has a choice. It's basically making sure like the options are open, like if that scenario has to go down. I mean, like, doctors understand this, these individuals understand this, and that's what we should be honestly talking about, is the science. And it really doesn't seem like he has a grasp on that.
Yeah, I don't know actually what his argument is. I don't know what his rational argument is anyway.
Essentially, that's where I come back to with equivocation, right, to murder. That's his whole argument, is basically it's murder. Therefore, if murder is illegal, then abortion by definition must be illegal because it is murder as well, right?
Why is he calling it murder?
Well, that's where it starts becoming grounded in his religiosity, right? So at that point, he's saying, well, because it's unjustified killing of the unborn. Therefore, by definition, it's murder, or therefore by either biblical context or some other, I forgot what it was he said in the Hangout, but essentially because it's killing and it's unjustified, therefore it's murder.
Right. Like, well, if he's right with that, like, that's the argument I want to hear. Right. Maybe he had, like, I'm going to say, just for argument's sake, he has the right answer. The argument I want to hear is how every killing of a fetus or a zygote or a baby or whatever is murder.
But
how it's unjustified. I want that secular, that rational argument.
Well, you see, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get that point. Yeah, he comes up with some weird slippery slopes and false conclusions. Like he said, like if you're like a choice, or it shouldn't matter what time you want to make the choice to abort the fetus. And it's like, dude, that's not reflected in the science. It's not reflected in medicine or law at all. Like it's just.
But we obviously, and like Hannah said that earlier, he does agree with like death row things. We do find justified killings, coma patients, wartime, the death row. We find it justified to kill people as a society, right? In certain instances. So not all killing can just be labeled murder. So he's got to have some argument besides it's morally wrong, or I don't like it, or someone said so. There's got to be some rational argument that he's got to present. Otherwise, this is just all hot air.
It's again, for control, man. Like you're stupid to deny that.
Because I don't care if you think something's wrong that I'm doing. Like, so what? Unless you got some reasoning or rational argument behind it, it's just your feelings. It's just what you care about, and there's no reason why I should care about what you care about.
I mean, it's difficult because we all know his grounding for morality is in the Bible. So I mean, it's not necessarily a strict interpretation either. It's basically however young Earth creationism interprets it, So that's not hard to figure out why he has the positions that he has, right? It's working backwards from the conclusion to justifying it with certain premises that is the problem.
So, no, you're dead on. That's how he's mistakenly, obviously, like doing it. I mean, maybe you do have the right conclusion, but you don't go from the conclusion to justifying it. You find your way to it, and you should find your way right back to the conclusion by following the evidence, if you have the right conclusion.
It doesn't, but that's where he brings precept. This is why it's so frustrating. He brings precept into it as well. So even if you did walk him through, okay, let's go premise A, premise B, conclusion, right? You can't even get to premises, because the moment you start saying, hey, listen, you don't have a justification for the conclusion, you need to present certain arguments first, he'll say, well, why would I even need to discuss it with you, because you're an atheist and you can't even justify your reasoning.
Yeah, that's funny you bring that up, because I got Darwin's deity to kind of stammer and quiet, and then within a few minutes he lost interest and left. And he had been going on that hangout, and everybody else in the room kind of got quiet and stammered too. What is this? I said, okay, let's say I do believe God exists, and since I'm just suppressing it in my unrighteousness. Okay, sure, that's what's going on. Now we all believe in God. We can all reason. So what's your argument? Abortion's wrong. And there was no answer.
Is that hangout still up?
Yeah, I have no idea. It's on Antonio's channel, but I'm not sure exactly which video it was.
That's the problem. He rarely keeps them. So whenever that's also an issue too. When he brings up really bad points, like I really don't have time to do videos. Like I know I said I was gonna do a true criticism video. I like, why the fuck would I want to do that? I'm not gonna have a video response after video response, and that already takes enough time to write a script out and edit it when I have other shit to do. But sometimes I want to have a hangout surrounding a particular, maybe a misapprehension, or something particular that Antonio said, right? Just so we can debunk it. I can't accurately represent him because the hangout disappears after a few hours. So I don't want to have
I didn't know that, or I would have grabbed him.
Yeah,
I just pulled up a few.
I
I'm gonna
think
look through.
one way, and it's actually not that way, and then he comes back at me like, "This is what I actually said." Well, I don't have the Hangout available because you keep taking it off every channel.
I know. I'm gonna look through a few. I've just pulled a few up to look through. It's towards the end of a video, and because I'm rarely on his, I've only been on his channel a couple times, and it was me, Antonio, Darwin's Deity, and that guy Alex with the lion and a cross for the avatar, like a bluish kind of color. I think those were the only people in the room. So I'll dig through, see if I could find that. Because there was no argument after that.
Yeah,
they just got mad. They got mad and started attacking my view, like my view of abortion mattered to it.
Did you even discuss it?
I didn't in that because it was like I was saying, it was irrelevant to their argument. But the last week, I think it was, I think I explained my view on one of my videos. I was talking to someone about it. If that's what you want to get into, I don't mind.
Sorry, I'm on the phone.
Yeah. I'll wait just a minute and see if once she gets off. I was saying earlier, I've changed my view a lot. I've come more to understand consciousness and things like that, and suffering, and then where the science comes down on what's actually going on physically, what's physically going on with it. I think we at least, even if we get to a point where we have to look at people's emotions or feelings about this, it has to at least be laid down by a foundation of what's physically going on, what we can empirically see going on. That at least has to be the foundation that you come up with or come up from. Even if you get to an argument about preference or feelings, it's still got to be founded in that. And I hope I find that video, because I mean, it's just, think about it. Anyone watching this, think about it. Say you believe in God. I believe there's a God. Now, what reason do I have to think you don't have a choice to have an abortion? Or I believe in a God, and why is it wrong to have an abortion? What argument?
Sorry, man keeps getting lost. Biking around Manhattan, he keeps getting lost. I keep having to give him directions.
No, right on. I'm good at rambling.
Yeah. I mean.
But yeah. Did you want me to get into my view a little bit, or?
Yeah. Just let me. Before I had to pick up the phone, I wanted to say something, and let me see if I can recall it, because I knew it was a point, and I don't want to forget it, but I already did. So never mind. Go ahead.
Trying to think of what we were saying.
I think we were talking about Didi, weren't we? On how he's.
Oh yeah. That's what I was just talking about too. So if I find the video, because it's imagine. Say you believe in a God, and you're suppressing it. Say you're not suppressing it, and you believe in a God. What argument do you have that abortion's wrong, or what argument do you have that someone else shouldn't have an abortion? Like what are those arguments? Those are the arguments we need.
But you're never going to be presented with those arguments. That's the point. Like I'm not like, negation for you, where I'm just very easy to grant certain premises, right? Because for me, I'm more interested in, this is going to seem retarded, but I'm more interested in definitionally what they mean by certain things. So I would rather explore how their train of thought goes before I grant anything, because I'm not one of the ones that likes to be caught off guard because of some stupid minor point that is actually irrelevant to the initial premise, right?
Right.
So if we're arguing definitional truths, that annoys the shit out of me. Like, especially with this atheist, what does atheism really mean to be? I wanted to strangle people. But anyway.
Right. That's why I'm I'm gonna try to have that chart done by the end of this week because I don't want to keep having that conversation.
Yeah, like I was pissed off by that. Like, does it mean to be an atheist? Like, argument. That was just tedious. Like, I really wanted to kill people. Like on TST, I was just pissed off that they were still talking about that after all that time. We know what, like, it's just the context and usage of freaking words. That's it. All right. It's got to be a freaking English major. This is simple. This is a tedious thing to worry about. It's just degrees of non-belief. Like that's simple. Just use it.
It can become there is a point where it can become a problem because of like political movements, which do have power in your lives and things. But for these conversations, just tell us what you mean. The label doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But I mean, I understand. I actually agree with Ozzy with this. We had this talk way back when. For me, it's not that big of a deal to ask. Listen, if you say you're an atheist, right, and I ask you you're an atheist, can you do me a favor? Are you suggesting positively that there are no gods? Or are you simply saying that you haven't been presented evidence of such, right? Look, quick question: former or the latter? There you go. There you go. Done. Now I know what the fuck your position is. How hard was that to do? It's just an additional question on top of atheism if I feel like it needs some clarification.
Right. A lot of times you can tell what they mean by it by just them talking, right? You can fit the puzzle pieces in without having to ask them if you let them talk. But if right away you're starting a conversation like that, absolutely quick question right off the bat, have your answer, move on.
I know, but some people just, and like I understand where MP was going during TST, but I think he got caught off by actually the content of the question being asked, right?
I feel like,
well, it was last night or the night before, whenever I had a hangout, he saw that chart, and I think between having a conversation and visually seeing that chart, he understood what was going on finally. Like he went with that chart and stuff.
Yeah, but that's what I figured. Like he's mistaking the negation for the affirmation. That's simply it. That's a quick that's a quick point to make where it's like, listen, I know what you mean. In any other dichotomous situation, that would make sense, but this is a little bit more nuanced, just because we're talking about entire worldviews, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he was able to see with that chart. We quibbled over some definitions, and I grant that some of those definitions are bad, but you can see where you have the question, and then you have an A and not A. Or theist or not theist kind of thing. Sorry, Wolf.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think it was deductive that he was kind of going overboard with the whole like position of atheism, and I feel like he was just getting too overbearing on these terms. It was safe to say he was.
What I think it was is he took non-theism to be equivalent with lack theism.
Yeah.
And I think that threw him off. And lack theism is just not derogatory. It's a term just for these people that use non-theism to hide from the burden of proof or to shift the burden of proof. So not all non-theists are lack theists, and I don't think he is a lack theist. I don't think he I don't think he defines or sees his position as some way to dodge the burden of proof.
But it's not a big deal, honestly, when it comes to that kind of stuff. But just really quickly, so I don't forget about the point when it comes to presuppositionalism. The point. I don't mind people talking about presup and a presup hangout. Obviously, that's the time to do it. It's just never in the history of people who have been practicing G+, I think with the exception of Alex, not Alex, the kid, the one with the lion avatar. Mm-hmm. He's made attempts at formulating an argument, but then he goes right back to his script. So I give him points for even attempting. Matt Slick, I'm not aware if he's even made an attempt.
Him and Jimmy Stevens are the only two that I've heard too, and it's because they argue almost identically.
Yeah. It's the whole point is not to present you with an argument. So I think certain members of the GDC have taken that to mean that you really don't have to present an argument for most of your views when you make assertions, right? You can simply spout it off as absolutely true, whatever the fuck that means. Absolutely true. And therefore it's, if you're talking to an atheist or a skeptic, therefore it's pretty much universal at that point because they have no real objection to it. So they never even bother to prepare an argument.
Yeah, most of the like cyclone kind of things are, their argument is actually that they don't have to make an argument.
Yeah.
And that you can't make an argument.
Yeah.
Like it's a meta type of thing, and there's always, if you come with those cyclones, there's always two questions that you can ask that they can't answer. And just the other night, I didn't know it was the Council of G+ people that I was arguing with, and it's on my channel. I forget what I named the hangout, but it was just last couple hangouts. And you can ask them, okay, even if I grant you all that you have a consistent worldview, and it seems to account for the tools of intelligibility or whatever you're claiming, how do I know like that's the right reason? That's the reason I should go with. Just because you have an explanation doesn't mean you have the right explanation.
Well,
and so asking that, the second question is, if they claim that their worldview is the only worldview that can do this, the impossibility of the contrary is what you hear, which means that their view is necessarily the case.
Well, that's the detriment of every worldview, known and unknown. So I mean, the burden of proof in that is ridiculously high.
Right. They have to know the past, present, future. They have to know that no worldview ever in the future that hadn't even been thought up yet.
Exactly.
That none of those could ever account for. Like you said, it's the highest burden of proof that I've ever heard. And
I joined and thought that Xbox was talking about time. He's talking about Presup.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to talk about time, we can do that.
No, yeah, please.
You know the argument I've always wanted to have?
Whether or not Reds was gorgeous or not?
No, that's not an argument. It's tautologous. Red is gorgeous. Red is gorgeous. Red is what is known to be gorgeous. Done. No argument. Jack actually, I think at one point questioned Didi or somebody on this. If God is omnipotent, whatever the fuck that means, right, or omniscient, how can he have knowledge without beliefs?
Yeah, because that was against.
I think that was
against. It was either Didi or Trey Jadler, so whoever he's talking
Scotsman
to.
Matt.
It was Trey.
It might have been Matt too. Yeah, whoever it was said God doesn't have beliefs. I think it was Matt.
There is a video up on Galdus Girl's channel where she asks Scotsman Matt what the definition of knowledge is, and he says justified true belief. And then he is insistent that God doesn't have beliefs, but he has all knowledge.
Right.
But that's what I don't understand. Like there are a few arguments when it comes to definitional truths of God, like he's omniscient, omnipotent, whatever, that don't make sense, right? Because omnipotent is vacuous. There's no definition available, at least by Christian standards, that you can adhere to. Because at some point you'll have several theists and apologists make different denotes of what that means, right?
Yeah, vastly different sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be one size fits all. It's not a unisex thing.
He knows all things. He knows all true things. He knows all things that are logically possible. Like you hear tons of. I mean, you could go on and on and on and on.
This is kind of what interests me, because I hear a lot of the time that people who are not who mimic precept, but they don't quite understand what they're saying. They simply say, well, whatever is good is contingent on whatever God nature is, and being that he is defined as being omniscient, omnipotent, truth giver, all these necessary things in order for him to be defined by the Christian standard. That's how you can know, what you know to be certain. All this other shit.
Right.
Besides the fact that you would have to prove all of those things to be the case outside of hypotheticals, what the fuck does it even mean, right?
No, that's what's fun is if they say these are necessary properties of the God, and these necessary properties for you to even be able to reason about them, is if you can reason that one of those properties has an issue, just one of them, one property, that you can diminish that version of that God.
See, like like where did you get this definition of omnipotent from? Like Google or something? Omnipotent has the potential to actualize any possible contingent state of affairs.
That's Alvin Plantinga's response to his own problem that he raised with the McKeer scenario.
Well, right. I mean, you have to. If McKeer was actually, by the definition that DD and Alex uses, then McKeer is a total rebuttal. But the issue here has the potential to actualize any possible contingent state of affairs.
Here, quickly, anybody that wants to know about McKeer, go to Darwin's Greatest Hits channel and search for McKeer, MCEAR, and you'll hear a quick video that explains it.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it is on Darwin's Greatest Hits. Yeah, McKeer. Yeah, with Joe Sonseed and Judy Kane up in there.
Yep.
Let's. I think just really quickly for those that don't know, McKeer is essentially a creature who's omnipotent in his own right, being that all he can do is anything that is possible for him to scratch his ear, and the only thing he can do is scratch his ear. So if it means that he has to lift his hand to scratch his ear, that's within his nature to do in order to scratch his ear.
Yeah.
So he's
Well,
still following.
It can do all things that are consistent with its nature and also consistent with its will and desire. And it just so happens that the only thing it can do is scratch its ear. And also the only thing that it wants to ever do is scratch its ear.
All right, so if you define omnipotence in such a way that you make McEar omnipotent, you make a being that can only scratch its ear and only desires to scratch its ear omnipotent.
That's
if you're okay with that, I mean, fine.
That's
it's
a pretty
absurd,
decent. But I was just gonna say that's a pretty decent argument. I like that. It really just shows the absurdity.
Well, it's quite comical because there's it's silly. It's something stupid, but it illustrates it quite well.
Yeah, and it makes you omnipotent, me omnipotent, makes it make everyone omnipotent. That's fine. You want to define omnipotent that way, but now God's not distinguished by his omnipotence anymore.
I mean, it's totally irrelevant at that point. You can be an ultimately weak being and be omnipotent. Therefore, omnipotence relevance in a conversation is pretty much like vacuous. It has no.
Yeah,
it has no real.
Like yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say the force of Prometheus. But then again, I'm a nerd.
But this is so strange. I'm just like mulling over the definition that Plantinga has the potential to actualize any possible contingent state of affairs. I mean, I don't see how that's much of a improvement. It has the potential to actualize any possible contingent state of affairs.
Right. So it can turn on any video game and program it.
Right. I mean, there's very little you have to do to modify the McKeer objection for it to still be rendered valid under this definition. I don't know. Maybe there's something that I'm not aware of, but I'll probably have to look up what Plantinga says about it.
Yeah, and there's probably lookup responses to Plantinga's version of that.
Well, but at this point, I still think that the McKeer objection, slightly modified, but it pretty much still handles this definition quite nicely. Whatever. Whatever. See, this is the kind of interesting stuff I like. You can't have a conversation like this with Didi. I think it was a DGH video where someone, I think it was Joe Sonseed, brought up the McKeer objection, and he was just like, "Well, that's just a ridiculous objection." It's like, what the fuck? It's not a response. Yeah. You calling it ridiculous is not a response.
Yeah, that just kind of highlights that some of these issues either go over their head or they understand them and they just don't want to accept them. And I mean, everybody I'm sure is guilty of that at some point. But
how is time occurring in God's omniscience and omnipotence? Is time contingent on God's state of affairs, or is he absent from that?
Yes, conductor. Yeah, I've heard versions. I've heard classical versions of God where time is contingent upon God's existence, meaning that he doesn't create time. Rather,
right,
time, if God exists, time exists just the same way gravity exists if you have two masses.
Which would mean that if God existed eternally, time existed eternally.
Right.
Right.
And that raises a few problems if you think that time actually passes.
But the response to that is that there's God time and then there's our time. Right.
But if
the classical
that
view
is
that God,
if you can't draw a parallel between time as we understand it and time as God understands it, then there's no point in even mentioning that. If how is time, God's time, similar to our time? Like, how is it descriptive or intelligible enough for me to understand it if it's entirely separate from the time we understand it to be? Which is the passing of state of affairs from point A to point B, right?
I have no idea. The classical view, I just know, is like God dwells in this. There's this dimension of time and space called heaven that exists because God exists. There's no argument for why it couldn't be the other way around, why God exists because heaven exists. But
it's basically
they try to argue that it's because he has potential or something. But either way, classical view is that God dwells in this heaven dimension. He creates our dimension, and early in Genesis and things like that, you see him stepping into our dimension and back out of it, and things like that.
So is he even aware of time as a linear function, or is he simply present in every state of affairs and times as he is, right? So is God ever aware that he made an action?
Now imagine this. Imagine right now you have a Sims game running in front of you, and you're watching it. You don't even have to be watching it. You could be watching TV. It could be running off on the side. You're present in all those moments going on in the Sims game, right? Maybe not mentally,
right, but
like
I'm not
paying
aware.
attention, but you're. This is just their view. This would be God in all moments of time, but he doesn't experience it the same way you do in the Sims game. Maybe the time's sped up in the Sims game, kind of thing.
Well, but the problem is that in the Sims game, I'm not aware of every future state of affairs that the Sims are going to go through, right? I'm simply present in the moment in a linear timeline, right? In a linear function. So is God available to know that he will act and has acted, right? Like, let's say at the moment of creation, right? Is God also aware that he's going to create or that he has created post-creation?
That's two split views. There's one view that God has set up the Sims game to run a certain way, to have everybody move in a certain way, and to have a specific outcome. And he's created all the people in it, and the special people, and the people that warm up heaven. And then he just hits the play button. And then there's the other view, like I was saying, where he doesn't know the outcomes. He can intervene. If he sees something going on, or he has some little alarm that tells him something's being fucked up in the game, he can come in and fix it or change something, and then go back to doing whatever he was eating Cheetos or whatever, right?
Well, wouldn't the latter have a problem infringe upon his definition of omnipotence then? Because if he's not aware of future states of affairs, right, then he was never aware of stories in the Old Testament, right? Like his future predictions or any revelations that he's made. Yet he clearly makes future sites like, the Messiah will come and
No. I could make predictions imagine still you've got the Sims game running to the side of you. I can type in there, here's my prediction that at 1,500 hours in 25 years, this is going to happen. I'm going to knock over the rock sitting on your roof, right?
Like a predestination for it.
Right. And then he can go back to doing what he's doing. And he's got a little alarm on his watch for when that time comes around, and then he comes, kicks the rock off your roof. And
still, it's a future tense for contingent beings. It's not for himself.
So right. I don't think there's some argument for, or or explanation for this God time or God dimension or heaven dimension.
I'm just like, I'm wondering, I understand if that would be the classical view, but surely somebody has come up with something better by now, because that seems to be like cheese, you know, there's a little bit too many holes in that.
I think when they start trying to actually explain it, it gets worse. I think anytime you try to actually start explaining that or trying to define that God time or the heaven dimension, you make God impossible. You start actually killing God.
Well, the whole point of like trying to kind of draw this difference between human understanding and perspective of time and a divine understanding and perspective of time is that time isn't how we perceive or understand it to God. And it's just inherently beyond our understanding. So of course you wouldn't be able to describe or explain it. The second that you attempt to, you end up contradicting yourself.
Right. Exactly.
Well, the issue there is that if you make appeals to this God time, right? So when I brought up the issue, like in the moment of creation, is he aware that he's going to create or has created, right? Like, is he all knowing of every state of affairs that he's ever going to do or will do, right? That's a problem for God to decide, right? But if he's on a completely, I don't know, different understanding of time as we understand it, and you appeal to that, right? Like you say that, oh, it's a divine mystery or something, right? Then how is that at all informative or even much of a counter argument?
Imagine
Huh?
imagine you're in a realm right now that you have complete control over, right? Imagine you have your Sims game there that you have complete control over. There's no glitches, there's no bugs, none of that exists. You have complete control over it. Then there's nothing stopping you from saying, I'm going to do this in an hour, and it happening in an hour. Or I'm going to have this thought in an hour, and there's nothing stopping you from having that thought in an hour. Like,
but he wouldn't even have thoughts, right? God wouldn't even have thoughts under that definition of time.
Well, no, it would, no. You could have time passing the same way it's passing. It could just be faster or slower or some other form of it, right? Like I'm sure you've seen games that run like that. Like a lot of the Sims games.
I understand where you're not. I understand what you're saying with your analogy. What I'm saying is, if that's how we're describing God time, right? That it's simply a sped up or some sort of meta version of a time that's similar to ours, right?
Right.
Then he would make a future revelation or a future prediction about a state of affairs that he can control over, right?
Right.
But he wouldn't. I don't have direct control over this the Sims, right? Because unless I'm violating free will, or unless we're going by the assumption that he wouldn't violate free will. So if I don't have direct control over the Sim, I can't predict what the Sim's going to do 20 years from now. I can make a general prediction, you know, as far as percentages, right? But I wouldn't be able to make a prediction in certainties because, again, it's based on the autonomous free, you know, the free will of the agent, right?
I don't think, yeah. If you're going off that presupposition that God doesn't violate free will directly, anyway. But he could. I mean, you can imagine someone really smart that could be really precise. They wouldn't have this certainty, 100%, right? But they could do things in the world around you so that you do a certain thing, and they could probably be pretty damn accurate with it. And that's the way the Bible kind of lays out. Is it seems sometimes God accurate with it, and sometimes he's not. And sometimes there's a little askew, and he has to send Jesus to fix it.
Right. Well, that I can understand, because then you can just simply say, you know, on a deterministic worldview, he simply sets up states of affairs for you to choose the outcome that you do, right? And you don't really have free will in that sense. He simply sets up the clauses for you to choose the action in the future sense. That I would understand. That would be more in line with what I would imagine the, you know, non-contingent agent would do.
Yeah.
But then you're running into contradictions within what the Bible claims that God would do, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, trust me, that I can give you an example of God that with this that will work. But I doubt you'll ever hear any Christian like espousing that through their theologies that this is the God they believe in. Like,
well, they can't, because that you can have God do that which would be directly contradicting what they claim he would be. Like, obviously, I'm putting in ridiculously small terms right now, but at that point, I don't see how God wouldn't be able to deceive you in order for you to set up a state of affairs for you to determine, which sets you on a deterministic path to do A rather than B, right? So if deception is part of the course, or some sort of, I don't know, manipulation or whatever, because you don't necessarily have free will, then that becomes uncomfortable.
I think more and more Christians are starting to come around to see that God is a master of deception. That,
I mean,
there are instances where it actually can be the right thing to deceive someone. You don't have to lie to deceive someone, kind of thing.
Well, I don't even necessarily think it's a big deal, even if God did lie, right? If he did directly state
Christians would, I don't either.
Well, again, it's a matter of resolving apologetic worldviews with those that are comfortable, right? So most young Earth creationists find the idea of God being able to lie to you directly very uncomfortable, and they would argue against that, even to the detriment of their worldview, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, it's a matter of what incoherence are we settling for when we're defining words like omnipotent, omniscient, things like that.
And if anybody out there doesn't believe me about the deception thing, look at Abraham, I think it is, right? Like, go kill your son. You need to sacrifice your son, kind of thing. And then at the last minute, he's like, nope, let's not do that. I just wanted to see if you would.
Well, you see, they would object to that. They'd say that's simply God's test. He actually knew from the beginning that he wouldn't do it. So
he did, but he knew from the beginning, but Abraham didn't. So he had to deceive Abraham into thinking that he actually wanted him to go through with it.
Well, that's the same thing for enacting a test, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how else am I going to test the agent without simply he doesn't even necessarily need to correctly lie, right? He can just simply abstain from informing him the whole truth. So that's another I don't want to say claim, but that's another reasoning that they give. Basically, he was aware of this decision ahead of time. He simply abstained from telling Abraham, and your son will not die, right? Like, you can make an attempt to kill your son and you simply will not die. So he simply allowed that to happen in order to test him.
No, I agree. But I think that I would call it deception.
It's got problems though.
So I think there's other instances where God directly deceives people, but there's the obvious ones with where he sends deceiving spirits. Yeah. So you have him going through a third party or a second party in some instances too. So I think deception can be used as not a negative thing as we view it, and for good outcomes or for the right outcomes, sure, why not? That maybe can be a slippery slope to agreeing that God can lie, but so what? It's God. He wants to lie. So what? You're going to argue that if God wants to lie, he can't lie? I'd love to hear that argument.
I mean, that's something that I've had contention with Matt Bell's as well, when he says that God could do what's logically possible, and then when I brought up, can God lie to you? Well, he's a necessary truth teller, but by what convention, right? Like, who's stating that he must necessarily tell the truth? Oh, well, it would violate what's logically possible if he were to lie. Well, why would that be the case, right? If God is omnipotent in the way that I'm understanding you to use the word, right, and I can do an action over God, right, how is he then omnipotent if he can do something, if I can do something he can't do?
Right.
Then your omnipotence is like meaningless at that point, right? Because then it's a matter of nitpicking what he can do over what I can do, and then in that case, I have power over God.
Yeah, comparing you to, like, saying you're better than a cheetah, or a cheetah is better than you, or it's not saying that omnipotence becomes a useless word at that point. You're not actually saying anything.
Right. But it doesn't make much sense to argue in that way. I never understood that somehow it's logically impossible for God to lie, even though it seems like a necessity at this point for him to at least be deceptive in certain cases. If he were to set up a determinate state of affairs.
What is logically impossible about God lying? Like, ask the opposite question.
It violates his nature.
Right, and then
What
you
does
get
that
back
mean? I don't know. Actually, I almost want to invite Matt Bell and see what I want to try to remember what his objection was to what I asked him, but I can't remember for the life of me.
He might be
Does
around.
anybody
This is around the time he was in the hangout with me the other night.
What hangout was it in? Anna?
Which hangout? Oh, that was a long time ago. I think that was in
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that one.
That might have been in my room, or that might have been in a Tom Rabbit Nadia room. That was a long time ago when I asked him that.
Well, Nadia was already on the way out of the door. Like, she had already made the debate coliseum when you came around, and then that quickly died out.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
So.
I think he might have been on my channel then. When I remember Ozzy was around, and he didn't stick around for too long though. When I raised that objection. We'll see, but I don't know. I don't see how it's.
So what you're saying is Ozzy heard Matt Bell talk and said "fuck this" and left.
Yeah, I'll message him the link too.
Excuse me. I don't know, because I know that Didi at some point also raised that same issue. Not raised the objection. Excuse me. He said the same thing. Basically, it's logically impossible for him to lie. I don't. Are they describing the lie in and of itself logically impossible? Because that doesn't make any fucking sense. And
well, it's just something that they take just kind of axiomatically, because a liar, of course, is going to say, "I'm not lying." Right. That's kind of what makes them a liar. So it's not logically impossible for a deceiving God to tell people that I necessarily tell the truth.
Yeah, have you seen? There's something this was done in like the 60s or 70s. There is a big long thought experiment or an experiment on something. Man, I wish I could remember what the video I watched was, because it has this creepy robot doll that in it, and it
videos are
and it's programmed to only tell the truth, and it ends up in a loop at some point. It goes for years only telling truth, and after so many years it hits a certain, and I forget the question, but it forgets a truth that contradicts one of the other truths, so it ends up in a loop and can't speak the truth anymore.
Neat. That sounds freakishly terrifying.
That's
right,
awesome.
Creepy doll and the creepy, and then locking into a
creepy robot
loop.
that's telling you things. Like, and also at the same time, it makes me want to tell people that I've programmed this doll to only tell truths, and it just sits there and goes, "Your mother doesn't love you."
Oh my god!
The video I watched was about that creepy, and it was a grainy, right? You could tell it was from the 60s.
I'm watching a bunch of old videos from the 60s right now and burning them all onto DVD for my niece and my nephews. So
right on.
I'll see if I can find that one.
If I ever dig that out, I'll publicly put it on my I'll share it on mine. I don't have many other people's videos shared on my channel.
Was it a Chucky doll by any chance?
Oh, fuck you.
I just remember it was just this robot doll in like a yellow dress and pigtails, and it was just creepy.
Oh my god, Jesus.
There is a doll that actually became like really popular toy for kids for Christmas, which was you would connect it to the internet, and basically kids would talk to this doll and it would search things for you. Like, that's a very creepy idea of a toy.
Yeah, because then I would abuse it and probably be like, next time my kid asks for Dora Explorer, please look up Chucky.
It's like I had
Cuts her out of it, doesn't do it.
What's that program that Dragon Naturally Speaking? When I first had that, it was just years and years ago, I was starting to test it out, and it has you read like 3 or 4 paragraphs so that it can pick up your voice and your dialect and all that. And after it gets done, I went to test it out, and I said something like, "Hello, my name is Nick," and it typed out half a paragraph of something about Indians and blood and all this other stuff, and I didn't
knew
use the
your
program
intentions already.
Right.
the program that mirroring me is racist as shit. What is this?
Let's check the box on this. Produced by Stormfront.com. Well, that explains
there
it.
we go. Oh god, yeah, there's so many interesting objections that I would love for the GDC to talk about more, like the logical problem of evil or whatever. And it just gets bogged down by like talking about bullshit stuff, like whether it's true empiricism's latest gaffe or DD's doing something stupid. And don't mind me, by the way. I find it absolutely hilarious whenever DD's on a hangout. I would never participate. Like, you don't understand. I'm a little bit I guess I'm loose with my terminology, so I rely on people being charitable for us to have a candid conversation. But
Right.
it's not like DD. It's just, Lord, I would never want to grant him any of his terms because I know he's going to use it in a separate context later on, and it's a matter of trivially true.
No, that's why they get so uppity about you asking for their specific terms, is because a lot of times once they've actually laid out a case, their case in cement, you can show where the cracks are. And I agree with you. You need to know what terms, especially key terms and objectionable terms, what they mean, what exactly they mean by them before you can move on. I agree with you.
Well, part of the problem is when you're dealing with people who favor the presuppositional approach, and I've seen this when Hannah does go into the room, and Dee is in the room as well. And you ask for them to describe their terms and to provide clarification for it, they'll often just repeat the claim that they just made or the question that they just asked. And the reason for that is because they genuinely don't know how to describe what it is that they're putting into words, even if it's something as simple as, what do you mean by account in this sense? Like if I just ask you, like, if you ask me to account for something, I ask you, what do you mean by account in this sense? You could be like, well, can you provide an explanation of what its ontology is? Or could you provide for me epistemic foundation? Something like that. That's all you need to say.
I mean, yeah.
But they have no clue what they're asking of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the most frustrating part. If someone were to say, "Hey, listen, can you explain to me epistemology?" Then I don't have a problem, right? Because then it's okay. I understand you want to go into like theory of logic and all that. That's fine. But at some point, they're just going to say phrases that make no, like, is it absolutely true? What the fuck do you mean?
What does absolutely true mean more than just true?
Right.
It's like all those true facts, Xbox?
Yeah. What the fuck is a true fact? All facts are true, dumbass.
Like,
what's another one? True dichotomy.
Yeah, I hate it.
It's either a dichotomy or it's a false dichotomy.
That started pissing me off because I actually started saying it because whenever I would say it's a dichotomy, they would say, you mean a true dichotomy or a false dichotomy? And I literally, all you hear on my mic is going, like, just like banging my head.
Banging your head against the keyboard.
Because, like, so many people are used to hearing true dichotomy, right? Because Matt Slick or whoever the fuck else out there says it. So then whenever they're in a conversation, they're trying to sound smart. They're like, oh, you must, differentiate between a false dichotomy and a true dichotomy in order for you to use that word. It's like, no, it's not a dichotomy if it's false.
But by definition, it's not a dichotomy if it's false.
Either it's a god or it's a false god. You can't say true god. That's redundant.
Right, but I've now taken akin to saying it just because, like, I just don't want to deal with 3 minutes of, do you mean it's a real dichotomy or is it false? And by the way, I don't know.
I totally understand where you're coming from, because before I came online, I would never have said like logical absolutes. You would never have heard me say that phrase ever. These are the principles of logic or the laws of logical thought. That's how I would describe them. But because I heard logical absolutes so often that it just became pragmatic of me to say logical absolutes just to advance the conversation.
I try to only bring it up like that if the other person is the one that brought that up, right? Otherwise, I say principles of logic too.
I can't. I usually have to say something stupid like absolute laws of logic or some shit, just because like at some point it's.
Or laws of logic, even just saying it laws of logic.
Hannah, do you know that the law of contradiction is absolute and holds in all places?
Actually, this one gets on my nerves, but but it shouldn't, is when people say the law of non-contradiction.
I mean, it's a lot.
Instead of law of contradiction. I call it the law of contradiction. Most logicians call it the law of contradiction. But it shouldn't get on my nerves.
There is the principle of non-contradiction, and then there is a principle of contradiction. And there is a very sort of pedantic distinction that you could draw between them depending on which logical system you're talking about.
Yeah,
Right.
I
I
think that's just on you for being so picky. Honestly, that one's pretty.
It is. That's why I say it shouldn't bother me, but it does.
I think the main thing here to note is that it's a simple logical truth, and a logical truth is a truth that is necessarily true, meaning that it is of such it is so deductive that basically you can't imagine a time when it's untrue.
Right. An example.
But Wolf, is it absolutely necessarily true?
Here, an example of that is an example of it that anyone can test is your own existence. Imagine you are saying I exist, or you're thinking that I exist in a world that you don't exist in. What would that mean? There's an easy way to think of what you're saying.
Whenever you raise that, like I've said that a few times to DD, and then Antonio jumps in like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like, well, okay, let me put it this way. If you take my wolf, right, and you put it on Mars, is it still a wolf? Or does it become a dog? Or does it become a cat?
Sure becomes dead.
It becomes dead. But does it become something it's not, just magically, right? Like all of a sudden it turns into a fucking butterfly or a droplet of water, right? Like it's just a lot of identity. It's just evidently true. It just stays what it is. Like fuck.
I think in that case it would be better to run by them like the more nuanced or the more standard examples of identity, like the ship of Theseus.
No, they don't go for it. I've tried.
Really?
Yeah. I've had to get really creative, Doctor. Like I tried explaining what turtles all the way down means, and I had a tough time enough as it is.
God damn it. If anyone doesn't know what turtles all the way down means, and you're involving yourself in these discussions, you need to stop and Google that before you involve yourself in these discussions. It's just an infinite regress problem.
But I didn't. You see, I'm apparently that ignorant. I had no idea that other people were more ignorant than me.
Welcome to the internet.
See, I came in actually. I remember like distinctly. It's just a couple years ago, arguing with Art. If anybody knows Art on here, Art Norris or Thor is usually his avatar.
Is he the one with the Thor cartoon avatar, or whatever?
Yeah, he's the guy who always tries to poke my buttons because he's Russian and my family came from Ukraine. So like the whole Crimea thing was happening.
Yeah, see, that's funny. That's going to make me think later on because I didn't describe him as the Art that's from Russia or the Russian guy Art. That's going to be something.
That was just something that like he and I had.
Yeah, I understand why you brought it up. I wonder why I didn't identify him that way.
Because you wouldn't associate Thor with Russians.
Anyway, I argued with him over the law of identity and about a square circle, and I was on the wrong end of it. And it didn't take much longer being pointed out that I was wrong and having that conversation and argument before it was able to reason and logic was able to change my mind on it and show it. But I argued vehemently against it, or that I could come up with a square circle in such a way that it didn't violate the law of identity.
Oh, Nick, you were so cute back then.
Right, I've come a long way. I've had some great mentors on here.
Oh yeah, this is a great resource for people who are actually willing to learn.
Yeah, there's been a handful of people who have been key in me learning reasoning and logic and coming to my own view. Like I don't hold any of the views they hold. It was able me to actually carve out my own view and feel comfortable about it. And just reasoning and logic, just the basics. I can't believe like I didn't. They seem so self-evident now. I can't believe I didn't recognize them.
Yeah, there's been quite a few people on G+ that I've seen are still arguing that they can justify. certain accents, and then I wonder how by now, with all the discussion that's going on, how is that still a common problem?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I just look to Aristotle for just as an expert on these things.
Well, it's and this is going to be hypocritical of me. It does.
Sure, we move beyond him.
Yeah, you
Appeal
should
to
look
authority. Appeal to authority.
Fucker. God damn it.
Genetic fallacy.
Genetic fallacy. You should actually try to read modern literature and a lot of
Again,
models that Aristotle's work, like even people's definition of justified true belief is being rebutted against, and there are actually some pretty interesting arguments for a definitional change. But you know, I'm fucking too lazy to read all this shit. I have like way too much goddamn shit to do.
No, that's good.
One person I really want to meet is Edmund Gettier. Just like interview him, like, how do you feel that just fucking up philosophy for the entire history of it? Basically, there was like one area where there was a legitimate, overwhelming consensus, and you just came in and threw a monkey wrench into all of it and just fucked everything up.
Right, and it's crazy that all these people for all these years never. It seems more as maybe they just accepted it rather than thinking about it. For to come up with these.
It made intuitive sense. It just made sense, and then Edmund Gettier comes around, writes a 3-page paper, publishes it in a journal, and becomes immortalized in history now.
Essentially, but that's the best part, because I mean, if you build your entire argument around that definitionally, right? You go justified. Okay, these are my premises and conclusion to explain why it's justified. True, right? Premises, conclusion, why it's true. You know, if you build your entire argument around that one definition of knowledge, it's like, fuck you. You don't want to actually go against that. You spent all that work trying to formulate an argument.
You know, it's terrible that I've come across too that we bring up DD in them is that they will use justified true belief as their definition of knowledge, which obviously has its own issues. I think most philosophers just use it as this is something close to what knowledge means. Like we're kind of on the right track here. But when you ask someone like Darwin's and that, they weren't even, and I still don't know that he actually grasped this, that when you say true in justified true belief, that means that the thing you're saying you know actually has to be true. Like even if you can't argue,
hypothetical.
Right? Like even if you can't grasp the truth of it, or you can't have access to the truth of it, it actually has to be true. Like your belief has to be true, but the truth of it has to actually be true. Like it can't be false. And like he has his own weird arguments against why the Gettier problems aren't good.
I don't even think he had a rebuttal to many of them.
He doesn't have a rebuttal to them.
Not a rational rebuttal, anyway. I've heard
he has no rebuttal to it. He just says that they're not a problem, and he dismisses it at that. At this point,
he's argued.
He's attempted to respond to them in the past, and it has only further resulted in people raising more Gettier-style problems against him.
Yep.
But he has no rebuttal to it.
And
there's literally a paper called "The Inescapability of the Gettier Problems."
His misunderstanding of the truth claim I was saying there about it being that's where when he starts making arguments against the Gettier problems, that's when I realized he wasn't understanding the truth in the justified true belief, because his argument hinged on that.
Munchausen's dilemma, when he brought up the Munchausen's trilemma, and he goes, "No, the answer is circular reasoning." Or no, he said the answer is appeal to authority. It's like no.
No, the Munchausen trilemma. He said the answer is the middle one. And the middle one is, of course, infinite regress. And what he thinks is that if you have a non-Christian worldview, you inevitably have to fall to an infinite regress.
Well, there's not. Well, it wouldn't matter. Nothing's wrong with
the trilemma. Right.
It kind of is.
I don't agree.
I view infinitism as untenable as an epistemic justification for things.
No. I don't think it is. Maybe that's the way that's actually the case, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It doesn't seem comfortable. and I don't think that it's the case. But
I think it is legitimately impossible.
To have just an infinite regression.
Well, an infinite regression of justification. How is it that
Right,
a finite mind, a finite experience, a finite understanding, and finite knowledge could have an infinite chain of justification that does not result in some kind of circularity or terminating in some kind of base set of foundations? I don't see how you could.
I mean, essentially, if you had to go on forever justifying a justification for a justification, I mean, just because you wouldn't be able to, let's say because it goes on infinitely, right, that you wouldn't have enough breath in a lifetime to speak of it, doesn't necessarily make it not the case that someone else would be able to for infinitely long.
But if you don't understand something, you also couldn't really be justified in believing it. I also
Well, I think that's a different matter. I think that might be a different matter altogether, right? Like at that point, then you shouldn't even be appealing to the infinite regression if you're not making.
Well, that kind of is the point, is that eventually if you go down this infinite chain of regression, you're going to eventually reach things that you don't have an understanding of. And if you don't have an understanding of it, you don't really have justification for holding that position.
Well, you may have had a justification at the time you had
at the time that
right?
you formed it, yes. But
Right,
if you,
but
we're talking about an
right.
infinite regress here. So even if at some individual point, like 2 years in the past, I formed a belief and I had justification at the time for forming that belief, I can go back 50 years, basically, on this infinite regress chain, and at that point, I don't even exist. So we have a bit of an issue. It's essentially, it just boils down to that a finite mind couldn't have an infinite series of justification.
No. Well, yeah. If you word it like that, a finite mind. I was going to say you can go back to your regression that leads to your parents, that leads to their regression, that leads to the regression of the universe, and then there's nothing. There's nothing impossible about the universe always having a prior cause. None of y'all like what I'm saying tonight. I'm not. No, I don't argue. I'm not going to argue the case, and I don't hold that belief.
I know. I like the last bit of what you said there. So,
but I know logically, like it's not impossible.
No, it is possible logically speaking, but actually practically speaking, I think it is impossible for a finite being to have an infinite series of like justification.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's what
I just reject infinitism just outright, wholesale. It's if we're talking about like what would constitute proper reasoning, it would have to be something. It would have to be some kind of foundationalist view, some coherentist view, or some synthesis between the two.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to sidetrack us on just say, like I just don't. I don't think someone saying, "Well, you just have an infinite regress." Then I don't find that a satisfying argument. That's like that doesn't defeat my position. That doesn't harm my position. Like even if I did have an infinite regress, some people call it infinite regress problem. Well, it's not a problem unless you guys point out where it's a problem. And if you did that to one of the cyclones like that, I bet you $1 million right now on the table. They couldn't tell you what the problem with it was. Doctor here could.
Depends on what you're talking about, static or dynamic.
Oh shit! Throwing the gauntlet down. Fuck it, let's go.
There's no problem with a static infinite regression.
See, I just don't. I really just don't even know about that. For me, I just have to start with just a set foundation, just like a certain set of axioms. I don't personally try to go on the path of infinite regression, because I mean that's like the position I want to put you in, but you might not necessarily hold to that or even need to. But
yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't hold to an infinite regress. I think our foundational beliefs are formed as our mind is formed.
Well, of course not. You wouldn't hold to an infinite regress. You're a solipsist.
Slowly.
You're a solipsist. Everything ultimately terminates down to your own mind. So there you have your foundation.
Yeah. Yes, I guess what I'm saying works with my view still. I haven't contradicted myself. But I do. I think you can point at kids that are solipsists, right? Like they don't realize other people have thoughts, and I realize when they leave the room that they go somewhere else, and then they form this belief that you do have other thoughts than that they don't know about, and that you do go places in the world, and when they go outside the room, you can see this form in children. And I think that's the way all like our foundational beliefs are formed.
Oh, you don't need to see it in children. Literally, like 2 months ago, we were helping out with the like latter stages of the Syrian refugee kind of assimilation process into Canadian culture. And the person that I was working with was just sitting there, like we're waiting for the class to start, and they just burst out laughing because they just came to realize something. They said that all the students that we've been teaching and working with don't think in English. I just looked at her and I was like, I don't think in English. And her mind was blown.
That's funny. And that is, but that's my personal view, is that they form as our mind forms, and our mind's not just this fully formed thing all at once with beliefs, and it just forms over time, and or you call it our brain forms over time, and these
Or
thoughts.
it's the primeval substance of the entire existence. Who knows?
Ipso facto, basically, if neurobiology like reads like the ground for consciousness, it would ultimately explain like the mind that's trying to find like what the fuck is behind the origin of our universe.
Well, yeah, think of it just as little as we're babies, and if you're put on a floor with all kinds of objects around you, the baby starts grabbing them, feeling them, eating, stick them in their mouth, starts exploring.
Regrettably. Fucking hate babies.
That's why we cage them up, right? Especially at night.
Pretty well. I buy a dog kennel, not for the dogs, it's for the baby.
It is kind of creepy if you explain it that we cage them up, especially at night when they sleep. We put them in their cage. Fuckers can't get out and get us. There's some creepy YouTube videos of camera like babies caught at night on what they do in the cribs and shit. Like there's some freaky ones.
I don't know. I'll be pretty honest about it, which was we weren't the best when it came to raising my niece and my nephews, which was, all the dogs slept in their room. So like all the dogs were around them, watching them, and some of them would jump into the crib and cuddle with them.
All right.
And yeah, so like if you were to put a camera in that room, you'd have the baby chewing on like a pit bull's ear during the night or something. Like not the best parenting tips. And
no, I just remember watching some kind of ghost videos or ghost caught on tape, and some of them had to do with like babies in cribs. And there's one, a baby, I don't know, maybe a couple years old, gets up out of the crib and is standing on the crib, like on the bar, and starts dancing, and all of a sudden it looks like someone yanks the baby back down into the crib. Like it's creepy looking, but it's just the baby falling, but like it does look like someone yanks the baby down. But it's amazing that the baby got up on the crib to begin with. Like, pretty cool.
That is terrifying. Like I had specifically trained a few of my dogs, my most recent nephew, that if he left his little play blanket, they'd pick him up by his diaper and carry him back onto it. Like I devoted like 9 months to training the dogs to do that. And the idea of a baby climbing onto the crib bars and dancing,
right,
this mortifies me.
It just in YouTube put ghost crib or put possessed baby crib surfing. Here, I'll grab you the. It's for anybody.
I had better see like a baby's head turning all the way around if I typed that in.
I'll put the link for you. But anybody else, just put ghost crib in YouTube. It's definitely the first 6 results, at least on my page.
Hey, Hannah, you there? Anna. Shit, she's gone.
She's going off for sugar time with Reds.
Anyway, it's I feel bad for Darwin's deity now that Antonio has kind of taken a break from making hangouts. All he can do is hang around Discord.
You feel bad for the human personification of vile?
Being sarcastic.
Yeah. Facetious.
That's a bit sardonic. No, but I mean, it's silly, right? Because he knows they're in there, the pal talkers, and he just sits there and listens.
I'm sorry, I completely lost the context. What are we talking about now?
Well, I was talking about Darwin's deity, like the only.
Yeah. Wolfgang was obsessing over what size was his dick.
I mean, I know he likes to jerk off and occasionally, but I didn't think he was that obsessive.
Yeah, well, it's always in his dog's face. So
yeah.
He was projecting. I am strictly an ass man. Okay, so let's get.
So you want him to be the bottom bitch?
I thought Steve had that position already taken.
No, that was Ronnie.
He been the bottom bitch. He been the bottom bitch.
Ronnie's the power bottom. So.
He likes to think he's a power bottom. He doesn't know what the fuck first thing power bottom.
Make this so like going so far off on what we're saying. It's awesome.
No, but I was saying that like he has his Discord where the pal talkers be on, and he just sits in and listens. He doesn't engage at all.
Yeah,
I almost want to. I want to almost get the Discord link because like occasionally I miss hearing shitty arguments.
I think
luckily,
the links I gave you, I think still should work. I'll get you 2 more links, but I put the links to make. I clicked the button that said "Make these permanent links," but I'll make sure you get the 2 rooms.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could just put it in the side here or whatever.
Yep.
I already have Discord, so it's not even a problem. But honestly, I just want to hear shitty arguments. I don't even want to talk anymore because if DB's going to be in the room at some point, I'm going to be like, "Hey, done about that precepto?"
There's 2 rooms that pretty much. One is the debate coliseum. We're a little bit more serious or non racist.
Unaffiliated from Nadia debate coliseum.
Yeah, okay. It's not. It's this room. So the race stuff doesn't come out. The idiots don't.
Please tell me that's Krill's room, or is the race room Krill's room?
No.
Actually, the race room is up and left.
What?
Like Dionysus,
your mic is so fucked up, Wolf. Seriously, refresh or some shit.
Yeah, you're going in and out really bad.
You're it's too shitty. I literally can't make out what you're saying.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Still shitty. You didn't do shit. Fix it. There you go.
Uh-oh.
You can come.
I know what he said. It was Dionysus and then left Discord. As far as I know.
Oh, thank God. Yeah,
like
I haven't
heard the whole story, but I heard Tom mention something about it the other day.
That's probably the #1 reason why I haven't done it. I haven't gone in. It's fucked.
You mean you haven't been watching the Let's Play Tinder with Dionysus videos?
Oh God, I know.
Where it's basically it's kind of like watching the making of To Catch a Predator. That's what it is.
Can you hear me now?
There are literally segments of it where, like a woman in the video or like on the screen is with her 12-year-old daughter.
Hey, listen.
And Dionysus goes, "Oh my God, she's so hot." Like that's her daughter that you're referring to.
There's someone named Alpha Cut in the room.
In the debate coliseum, this is what the fuck I'm reading. Why are people being banned? What's going on? Why is the salt right in here? Liz went to go talk to Ace in another server, and Dio had us all banned. It's already.
Yeah, I'm reading it too. I didn't read any.
And Iron has actually been paid to be banned.
He got paid to be. Thank Jesus. At least he's getting some money.
Paid to be banned.
Yeah.
No. He didn't pay. He didn't get paid to be banned. Like someone paid Krill to ban him.
Oh, I thought he was someone was like.
That's what I thought.
I would.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. It's funny as hell.
Iron Nation is just an absolute piece of shit.
Honestly, he's such an asshole. Every time I have a problem with fucking what's it called, Dionysus, and I'm bringing a valid objection to him, he just likes to sidetrack the shit out of the conversation. It's like, Iron, seriously, I'm not fucking talking to you. Dionysus just made a claim. I'm asking him to, support it with evidence, and here you are, just fucking ball washing him. Like, if you're gonna fondle his asshole, at least fucking clean it first, so you don't come up with shit in the end.
Well, he does. He looks it thoroughly clean.
I mean, he's a better girlfriend than Simone ever was. Like, all she did was fuck a black guy and refuse to have sex with Dio. That's sad.
I don't know why he just loves fucking nut riding Dionysus all the time. Like, Dionysus says some stupid shit, but come on, like he's got to learn eventually. If he says stupid shit enough, somebody's gonna call him out on it. And every
Did I
time
ever tell you guys the story? Did I ever tell you guys? Sorry.
No, go for it.
No, okay. Did I ever tell you guys the story of when Dio said in Discord that he stopped talking to his sister because of an arrangement he was proposing to her?
Arrangement.
Okay. So here's what happened, right? His sister was getting out of a bad divorce, right? Her husband left. She has a kid, I think about like 4 or 5, I think at the best. And Rustin, aka Dionysus, he's single as a result of his girlfriend the fucking
chronic masturbation.
Yeah. So he gave her a backhanded compliment and said, "Hey, you're young, but let's face it, like you're not gonna get married at this point. Like you already got a kid, so why don't you just move in with me and we'll raise the kid together?" And she just
isn't a backhanded compliment. That is like full blown creep meter right there.
Yeah. Because what's it gonna go do? Call me daddy? Bitch, you're my niece.
Oh.
I mean, no. They can get together.
No, Hannah. You see, Dionysus is hoping that she'll call him daddy.
Guys.
How could you be with Dionysus so long, and that he makes that kind of a comment to you? That would surprise you.
No, it doesn't. It really does. I mean, he's told me he's gonna come and rape me one time, so I was like, you can feel free to go ahead and try. I mean, I'll be fucking here. I'll give you my address if you want. I don't give a shit. Let's go.
Guys, listen. It's not creepy. It's not creepy at all. He's not assuming that that they're gonna fuck as soon as they move in. Gradually over time, there's gonna be one night where they're on the couch. The babies sleep, and I don't. That
rape ensues.
I'm good.
And then music in the background.
Okay, thanks. Well, fuck you. I don't need the image. It's already disgusting enough as it is. Thank you.
Yeah, so some Joe Dirt sex right there.
That's nice.
I've heard him I've heard how mad he gets when his meds are off and things like that. Like I couldn't. It'd be like living like with someone like me. I don't know that I could handle it. I don't know how my wife handles it.
Yeah, you lost your shit on Jesus when he said that white people were going to be enslaved.
Did I? I don't remember it. I'm sure I believe you. There is a time that I went off, I guess, on the whole room, and maybe that's what set it off. And
twice.
I thought people were fucking with me, but then I asked my wife. She's like, "No, you're back here screaming at people." And shit. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember that. But anyway, going back to Dio,
two separate instances of that.
she just she didn't want to engage with Rustin more. That's what she said to Dio, and we just roasted the shit out of him on Discord. That was funny.
Yeah.
But he's gone now until like a couple months later. But he'll be back soon enough.
Out of curiosity, how exactly do we get from DD and Presup to racists?
If I know. I'm in the Discord right now, just trying to figure out how to maneuver.
They are Lulz cows. They are Lulz cows.
They're hardly Lulz cows.
You have the same name in there?
The alt-right racist people, the race gorillas, are not Lulz cows.
Dio is a Lulz cow.
Daniel is a sexual predator in the making. He is not.
I'll be back. Somebody's trying to talk to me in Discord, and I absolutely cannot hear him over everybody else. I'll be back.
Hold on, Hannah, is your name the same in there, or is it the
it's
really similar one?
It's Hannah with B-A-L, like Hannibal Lecter, except I spelled it with my name. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
'Cause I'm fucking clever, right? Fucking doctor, right? I'm clever. I did that.
Oh yeah, you made yourself sound like a cannibal. How wonderful.
Yeah. See, Hannibal the cannibal.
Yeah. It works perfectly.
Heard. I'm just kidding.
You should just change it to Clarice.
Clarice. I'm smart. Shut up.
Hello, Clarice. Can you still hear the lamb screaming?
Yeah, what's that line? There's a line for that movie that everybody does the whole Mandela effect on.
Hannah, whatever you do, don't check out Nonstick for work.
What?
It's that's the line that I said to Xbox. It's hello, Clarice. Can you still hear the lamb screaming? And then he does that weird noise.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's associating three separate scenes together, and they're the three iconic scenes of the Hannibal Lecter character.
Oh yeah, it's that he never. I don't think he ever actually says hello, Clarice.
No, he does. He says it twice.
No, in that instance.
Not in that instance. He doesn't.
Right.
Was he the brain?
No,
was he?
He doesn't say hello. He says, "Why, Clarice, whatever." If you actually read, it's the most misquoted movie quote of all time.
Right.
There is one scene. It's not in the original Silence of the Lambs, but it is in the movie Hannibal, where he does say hello, Clarice.
Mm.
Yeah, well, that's because
one scene, and somehow that becomes associated with all three movies. Yes. Even though Clarice isn't even in Red Dragon, she's not even in the third one at all.
Let me tell you something. She's not even in the movie.
The other one that I dug this one up just for my own fun was the Forrest Gump quote. I forget the actual quote, but it's life's like a box of chocolates.
You never know what you're gonna get.
I forget the two versions, but I went and dug back in my own archive of hard drives and dug out the cam copy of the movie.
Sorry, Xbox. Did you send me a friend request? I can't fucking see it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I'll see if I can send it again.
Yeah, just send it one more time. I think it expired before I had a chance to accept. Being a piece of shite.
But I found the cam copy and then played it versus the DVD copy, and it's two versions. It's not people misremembering it; it's that they edited it differently on the DVD than they did in the theater, and that happened. And then I found out that happens actually quite a lot. You'll see movie teasers or trailers that those scenes end up not ever being in the actual movie because by the time the movie has come out, they've cut it out, things like that, or they pin them together wrong and purposely.
Or it's all a massive conspiracy so that we will all inevitably accept flat Earth.
Right, because CERN. That's my reason.
All right, I'm gonna hop on the Discord.
Did you just say because CERN? Did you just make a Steins Gate reference?
All right,
Hannah. I might catch it in there in a little bit. Sometimes I just let Discord play when nothing else is going on.
I've tried to get into Discord. It just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I do. I like the Hangouts a little better, but
it's
the Hangouts are going on. Let it play.
This is cool in small doses. That's all I got to say about it.
Right. Yeah.
I do like Hangouts better. A little more control over what gets broadcasted. But yeah, I think overall, Antonio, he needs to learn more about the medical applications.
Everything.
Yeah. Pretty much everything.
I was saying it earlier. I think when it comes to abortion, you gotta start with reality. Well, you've got to start with the empirical, physical facts, and make your foundation there. maybe your argument comes down to feelings and stuff later on, but you've got to at least have some backing that's physical to build up from. Because if it's just based on loose stuff and feelings and appeals to authority, everything you build on it's just going to be hot air.
Well, it's like you advocate for a bottom-up perspective or approach to abortion debate. The problem with Antonio is that his is top-down.
Right.
Where he has a particular authority that says that this is wrong, and so he concludes that this is wrong. However, he recognizes that those reasons are not going to fly for people who don't accept them. So he looks for other reasons.
The problem. That's what I mentioned earlier. That was what I was saying, is he's doing nothing but appeals to authority, and I don't accept his authority. But there's a hangout that I was in, and with Dee Dee, and I got him to kind of stammer and quiet off, is when I accepted their God, and I'm suppressing it, and then ask for the argument of why abortion's wrong still, or why someone else's choice to abort is wrong. Right? Both questions. What's an argument for either? And I never got it.
I thought the best presentation of a really good counter argument to DD was bringing up Odin from Ocean. Do you remember that? I don't remember whose hangout he did that in, but he basically said, listen, well, Tom. My God talks to me, and his name is Odin, and Odin tells me your God is a liar, and Odin is all-knowing. I was like, ooh, dilemma.
See, that's an argument.
That was a beautiful hangout because, of course, Antonio responded with, well, you're just inventing that. No, Ocean goes, no, I'm actually a polytheist. I genuinely believe that Odin exists. And he didn't know how to respond after that. It was just a clusterfuck.
Where that's from, with a link to that? Because I sometimes I just like to.
It's on Tom Rabbit's channel. I'll see if I can find it. Yes.
I need to ask him what he probably.
It's roughly 9 months ago.
Oh, fuck that. Are you kidding? Whatever.
So yeah, there's about there's 27 hangouts that you'd have to sort through.
So wait, hold on. Antonio, so wait, I'm reading in the external chat that Antonio left the hangout. So he was aware of it. So he was aware of it and he refused to come in there and defend himself?
Yeah,
well, he just didn't see the need to, I guess. You know, Antonio fancies himself an autodictat who's always wrong. So
I told you the other day, I've classified these people as ears closed, mouth open. If they actually want to discuss something with me, they can come ask me.
Ears closed, mouths open. You're describing the ideal prostitute.
Right. Yeah, but that was like recent, like 4 minutes ago. That's hella weak.
Other than that, I have nothing to do with them. Like, I mean, because I don't think if they want to discuss things. I think they just want to preach. They just want to close their ears off and talk.
Well, I've described in the past as that Antonio does want to talk. He does actually want to debate and have conversation with people. The problem is he's also conflicted about it, which is he has a severe emotional attachment to his views. And so he can't tolerate any criticism against them or any views that oppose them. And so he simultaneously wants to have it, and at the same time he wants to silence criticism.
I think that's.
Are you sure it was on Tom Rabbit's channel? Because he only goes back 7 months.
He may have deleted the older ones because it was 9 months ago on Tom Rabbit's.
I'm gonna kill. I really wanted to watch that. Like, I don't think Darwin's Greatest Hits has that either.
He doesn't.
Why did he miss that? That was brilliant.
He didn't miss that. It's just that it didn't seem worthy of comment at the time. Because 9 months ago, Darwin's Greatest Hits was entirely about Darwin's deity.
It's so good.
You talk
he was commenting in the live feed.
You talk like you know Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Almost as if I do. Or I just have a really insane fucking memory.
Do you guys not know who Darwin's Greatest Hits is?
I know who he is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty much out in the open by now.
Skylar, right?
Yeah. No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? I thought it was Krillism and Skylar.
Right, yeah. The duo, yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's the entire fucking atheist community. So
It's yeah, it's we are all Darwin's greatest hits.
I remember that hashtag. That was fun.
That was good. If you think about it, really think about it. I mean, truly, honestly. Think
No, I knew who it was right away because they have the exact same spelling style as somebody who routinely comments on Steve's channel. So,
yeah. I mean, that and
I asked
also
him in an off-air hangout, and he confirmed it. So,
yeah, I mean, it was pretty. Yeah, I also asked pretty blatantly. I'm like, "This is what I've noticed. Are you this?" It's like, "Yeah, okay, cool." Just wondering. Like, it wasn't even like that well kept in the secret. It was just like, "Are you?" Yeah, okay, great.
The best part is it's not that well of a kept of a secret. It's not like elaborate or anything like that, and yet everyone else has managed to figure it out except Darwin Stevie.
Oh, he went. He. I think he figured it out by now, didn't he?
No, he hasn't.
I'm pretty sure he has. Didn't he already?
He literally thinks that Darwin's Greatest Hits is a collective project.
Yeah, he started about Skylar, and then he started adding people to it.
Oh yeah, that I remember when he was going on Skylar's dick about it. Yeah. Apparently,
I'm in it now.
Everybody is Darwin's Greatest Hits. You don't understand.
Yeah, Steve's in it. Sokka's in it. Skylar's in it. Krillism, Seth, you, Hannah.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I? Did he say I'm in it? Because I would be so flattered. I'd be like, yes.
He said an off-air hangout on basically the circle jerk of Halrius Zulu and Veckel about Christians being persecuted. So
that I was in. I was a part of it.
You were mentioned, but you were not a part of the hangout.
Oh no! I'm saying that I was a part of Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Yes.
That's cute that he thinks I have the time for that shit.
Yeah.
You know, actually, Blue's picture in here makes me wonder. We had Sci-10 Atheist, and then now we have like Darwin's Greatest. It seems like they're in the same kind of category of people that keep us going.
Pretty much.
Right? Like, they seem to have the broad, funny videos that catch everything.
You make me feel guilty. I should be working on my video right now, but instead I'm in here.
I should be doing so much. Instead, I'm fucking around. Like, you know when you have just so much to do, you're just like, I don't want to, though.
Right. I don't even know where to start.
I've come full circle. Fuck it. I'm being lazy.
I'm fixing to go eat dinner.
Oh, look, I still got some Southern Comfort left.
Oh, goody. What's the point? I'm just gonna
happen?
order myself food because I'm just too lazy even to cook. Fuck it.
I'm watching what's happening in London, and I'm just like, fuck it, I can't.
What's happening in London?
Yeah, tell me about that. Someone messaged me earlier about that. I haven't looked it up yet, though.
There was another terrorist attack on London Bridge.
Yeah, was it confirmed?
Oh, yeah, it's confirmed. I'm watching it now. I don't know who or how many people got killed, other than one of these knuckleheads using a van as a weapon.
Christ, that's soon after the, what was it, the Taylor Swift or what the fuck else? Was it the concert?
Manchester attack on the Ariana Grande concert, yes.
Ariana Grande, yeah.
Yeah, no, someone messaged me earlier, said there was this might have been another terrorist attack on the bridge. And
hold on, you're talking about Big Booty Grande or like what?
What?
What'd you say, Wolf?
Big Booty Grande.
Yes. No, talking about the terrorist attack. There's another terrorist attack in London on London Bridge.
This is gonna see. Oh, I gotta make the joke. Did it fall down? Is it falling down?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm terrible. I needed to get it out of my system.
No, that's all good.
In all seriousness, how bad is it?
They don't know yet.
I mean, what happened? They just
it won't be as bad as the Ariana Grande concert, but you know.
I mean, there's more auto traffic than foot traffic over the London Bridge now.
It's still going on. Apparently, there was another. There are a couple of these coordinated at the same time, because at the same time this thing on London Bridge was going on, something else was going on in some famous market, the Burlington market. So it's fluid. It's developing right now. So I mean,
yeah, CNN.
We're on Sky News right now, but I don't know. It'll probably be many hours before we find out exactly what the fuck happened.
What
Except
I'm reading right at the
Stabbing.
moment,
Apparently they're saying
that
it's stabbing,
CNN,
not a bomb or anything.
CNN
Yeah,
reports
he's
so far a
reporting
van
now,
mowed. Here's what I was reading about CNN reports a van mowed down pedestrians as it sped across London Bridge. Nearby was the massive knife. Oh, a man with a massive knife entered a restaurant at a borough market just south of the bridge, stabbing 2 people. It was the 3rd terror attack strike in the UK this year. That's as far as they're reporting.
Oh god, yeah. So this, I don't know if you just read it, but the guy who was driving the van that mowed down those people, he had a large knife and he was stabbing. When he ejected himself out of the van, he went to a popular spot called Borough Market and just started stabbing people.
Right.
maybe it was just one person. I don't know. Again, it's
Right.
No, they said 3 minimum. They said
It's
3
happening
minimum.
now.
Yeah, it shows 3. Yeah, it says 3 incidents.
So
One of them might, like you just said, one of them might actually be the same guy, but it still was 2 incidents, 2 separate incidents, mowing down people and stabbing people.
So if I may, Blue, this story is still developing, is it not?
Yes, apparently.
So,
I mean,
so
I think they probably, the killing has stopped. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Developing. That's all you can say. Exactly right.
you know, do you know like the number of casualties that have been measured?
They said at least 1 person is confirmed dead right now because they were dead on arrival.
No idea how many casualties.
So it's minimum 1 person is definitely confirmed dead.
And then is it directly linked with ISIS or?
No, nobody's
is this
claimed
just-
that responsibility yet. No one's claiming anything yet.
Yeah, it's still a terrorist act, even if it's not from ISIS or like things like that. Like, and even if just 1 person was killed, even if nobody was killed, it's still the way this is seeming to read. It was a terrorist attack.
Right.
Or you know what I mean? I guess you could consider any lunatic attack that a terrorist attack, right? Like,
Well, I think it depends on the motivation behind it, right? Like if it's generally to strike fear into, London citizens because of,
Right.
whatever bullshit is happening in Syria, Iraq, Iran, whatever, then, then that's obviously terror related. If it's just some lunatic going around stabbing people, then it's just some lunatic going around stabbing people.
yeah, no, you worded it right. It's what I meant. Exactly. If their goal is to cause terror, to scare everybody and make people fear.
So you're telling me I do words good?
You do words good.
Yeah.
Because you're smart.
I'm smart. Xbox approved.
Your spelling is great.
My spelling. Shit.
If I didn't have fucking error correct, word correct, you wouldn't be able to read half of my shit.
At some point I just as you'll notice when I get tired, I just don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this sentence to me? Don't ask me what the sentence means. Just read it and just rebut. I don't care. Yeah.
You know what? I realized over time I have a love for memes. I just love like posting them.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing that to the fucking theists in the external chat. I see that, you shithead.
Look, it's fun. It's creative.
Listen,
And
I thought
honestly,
we were having fun, but apparently we triggered the shit out of Zulu.
Uh-oh. I'll give him the link.
Oh, no, that was a while ago. That's not
Oh,
anything.
Yeah.
Like, I was, honestly, mine weren't even as bad. Who's that African goddess person, whatever. Oh, God.
Yeah,
she whatever was posting really, really fucking terrible shit. Like literally a gif of Jesus being raped on the cross. Like, oh well, that's not triggering, but me saying Jesus is my nigga in a gif apparently is, too much.
That's because you're
I was
white.
honestly I was posting nice little kitten pictures with inverted crosses. Like I don't see what was wrong with that. Like if that triggers you, I don't know what to tell you. I think you're just a little bitch.
when you start putting magic into fucking words and pictures and shit, like you've lost it. Like I don't know how I can reason with that. Like
I think it's cool.
Veckel got triggered the shit out of. He had ad nauseum kept posting like long, like never-ending texts, like just to try and censor me.
Verses and shit. Yeah, I remember. That was pretty fun.
Okay, just for Hannah here.
Yeah.
This is Lester.
Woo, hello.
He weighs 6 pounds.
Hey. I can lift you with my pinky toe.
I can hold him in one hand, eh?
Like this is
He'll actually fit in the palm of my hand. He'll just sit there.
Yeah, that's you've seen my little chihuahua. I carry my little chihuahua around with like one arm. One hand.
I have not. I have not seen your chihuahua.
I don't have a camera right now to turn on or show you. I have two
my aunt showed up today and told me that I was babysitting her dog. So Lester's come over to visit for a bit.
How old is that?
It's like you see a dog now. What do I want for dinner?
He's incredibly intimidated by big dogs, and I know Hannah's seen my other dogs on camera.
Yeah.
So they're fairly large.
Fairly large. Very large.
Yes. I do have a pup now out at the farm, but I'll show him on camera when he's full grown. We had him shipped in from Turkey, so.
Jeez, what kind of dog?
Congal.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Fun. Not dealing with that shit.
That's fancy.
Ain't nobody fucking with my property after that.
Nope.
Which is actually what kind of happened was somebody had tried breaking into my house in the city. And I had 3 of the dogs at the house on the day that happened.
Well,
so
I just saw your message.
Yeah.
Where you told everybody you had to step away because you had to deal with dog shit.
Yeah. That was because I had to socialize the dogs with one another, and I had to walk like a Rottweiler, a Mastiff, and a Pit Bull with this little Yorkshire Terrier.
Doctor, let me ask you a question. You ever seen a dog come from a non-dog?
Have you ever seen a dog come from a non-dog?
Have I ever seen a dog come from a non-dog?
Yes.
No, but I would not advise someone Googling that.
Yeah, I've seen not dog things come from dogs. Trust me.
You will find some weird bestiality shit. That's all I'll say.
But no, he didn't ask you about coming on non-dogs.
No. Like, okay, in Dee Dee's case, come in the dog space. Or dogs.
In that case, you had a non-dog come from a dog.
Had a non-dog come on a dog.
Yeah.
And from. Because the implication there is that he's masturbating to his dog.
Well, see, his wife tried to hide the peanut butter, but he found the peanut butter.
I wasn't having none of that shit, but he found the peanut butter.
Hey, Minnie, come here. In your worldview.
No, we don't need props. Thank you. Fucking hell. What do I want for dinner, guys? Order for me.
Kittens.
So I'll make her ass. I'll make her ass. Some fatty. Some that'll get some meat on your bones.
I was gonna order sushi.
I don't trust sushi that's delivered.
Sushi? You don't trust sushi? How do you not trust sushi?
I don't trust it if somebody delivers it to your house. That just seems too low key for me.
Why? Why?
Okay.
Explain this to me.
It just has to do with where I live, sushi is kind of treated as this like gourmet upper class kind of food.
Yeah,
So
I
if you
could
go for
imagine.
sushi.
I could imagine you getting crappier sushi on delivery than you would if you were in there.
Well, the thing is, we have like 2 sushi restaurants, I think, but we have this one service or business that's app driven called Skip the Dishes, which is any business that signs up for Skip the Dishes, they'll deliver for you. So we have gourmet restaurants that will, for a $2 extra charge, deliver their food to your house. But that just seems like too, I don't know, I hate to say it, but too like working class to even bother with doing.
Why? I would rather just pick it up. Fuck it.
Well, that's the thing. You can't pick it up from these restaurants. You can only have it delivered or physically attend the restaurants. Yeah.
What? They don't have pickup. The same shit. They just don't. I just skip the middleman. What is this?
They don't have the to-go pickup kind of thing.
No,
that makes no sense.
It doesn't. That offends me on a logical basis, but
no, because they could still do the same thing. They could still charge you $2 extra for the to-go pickup.
Why would they? Why?
I mean, just on they could, like if that's why they're doing it is so that they can get the extra $2 on the delivery. They could do the same thing with the to-go and double their business, right?
Well, I'm not opposed to Skip the Dishes because I will admit that, I've ordered pizza from a place that doesn't deliver, but they have skip the dishes. So they hire a third party to come and deliver the pizza for you. And I've waited around the pizza parlor when I'm piss-ass drunk for the delivery guy to come to pick up my pizza, and then I catch a ride home with him.
Right on.
It's cheaper than a cab.
I used to have, when I was like 16, I found a cab driver, and I'd always ask for his number, and he would bring me liquor and cigarettes. I don't know that I should admit that, but 15, 16, I think. So any kids out there, you want your liquor and your cigarettes, call, and maybe you get lucky and get a cab driver that for an extra, couple bucks will come deliver you liquor.
You'll find the cab driver loose morals.
You mean Uber driver now?
Right, you probably could get an Uber driver easier, because at least with a cab company, you can't keep calling back to the same cab company asking them shit. With an Uber driver, you just keep calling the different Uber drivers, so you find one that'll say, "Sure, give me an extra $20 and I'll bring you liquor and cigarettes."
Jesus.
Did I just ruin the hangout by telling people how to hack life?
100%.
By providing people with illegal information, but at least I was doing it as a creative way of finding a designated driver.
Yeah,
you were figuring out how I could illegally acquire cigarettes and alcohol.
No, yeah, mine was just a thought experiment of how if I was 15 or 16.
Yeah, totally. If listen, if he's just telling you how to get good cushion alcohol, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Just saying.
Hey, I got a web scenario for you guys. What would you rather do? Would you rather?
We got in here.
Would you go? Okay, hold on. Would you rather go shark diving or skydiving?
Diving or skydiving? Fuck it, I'll take the sharks. Fuck that.
I'm going skydiving. Fuck that.
I'm taking the sharks.
Fuck is shark diving?
I'm scared to get into the bathtub.
I've gone skydiving and I've swam with sharks before, but I've never heard of shark diving.
I meant scuba diving with a shark. I said it's too fast.
Okay, first of all, if it's like a nurse shark, then let's do it. 10 out of 10 would do it again.
Whiptail
sharks.
sharks.
A great white. I'm just gonna put that repellent on me, and I'll deal with the consequences later.
No, you're in a cage. You're in a cage.
That's perfectly fine. I'll do that.
If you're in a cage, I might do that. That seems a little safer.
I'm not dealing with skydiving. That's like one fuck up, and you are guaranteed death.
Yeah, you get an awesome death. You get shot into the side of the fucking planet.
I'd rather take my chance with the shark. Thank you very much.
What better way to die than being shot into the side of the planet?
No, that's not how it looks. That's like you're romanticizing it. That's not what people think.
No, but that is an adrenaline rush. Like falling out of a plane.
So is cocaine. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
you
see,
should
I
do
fear.
it.
I don't have the fear of skydiving like I do of getting in the water with a shark or getting in the water with any big fish, even one that wouldn't eat
What about
me.
a dolphin?
Yeah, no, even
They're
one that
known to
wouldn't
rape
eat me,
people.
still have a.
Dolphins rape people.
Like you
They're
took
not-
the words out of my mouth. They rape people.
yeah. Have you ever heard of
21
fact
people
the
a year
the
die of dolphin rape.
I used to not have this fear. I don't know when this fear developed though, because as a kid, I used to go
Watch
walk
documentary.
through
Watch
creeks. I used to
Blackfish.
bridge jump. I used to we'd be walking through a creek filled with snakes and like copperheads and shit and water moccasins. Like there'd be the copperheads would be up on the sides or no problem. Water moccasin comes swimming by you, no problem. Now no fucking way.
I think
I'm telling you, I get scared in swimming pools.
Catch up to the fear. I think your brain didn't catch up to the fear, so by the time you're like older and you can rationalize it better, you're like, "Fuck no!
Right,
Why would I even do that in the first place?"
Because literally swimming pools, things like that, like big swimming pool. I know why I fear swimming pools, but it has to do with a lifeguard and them telling me that the sharks are kept down in the drain because it had the big cage. Because it was the Olympic-sized swimming pool. Like in that
So
fear.
it has to do
never
with
left me,
one asshole basically scarring you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I don't care how irrational it is. I will continue to hold on to my fear. Let's prove it otherwise.
Right, and that's like I know it's stupid, and they did it so that we didn't go play down by the drain when we were swimming.
They just didn't want you to
I've
stick your
even
dick in
realized
there.
older why they said it. So the fear's still there.
Oh my god. I really hate when people use L-O-O-S-E and L-O-S-E wrong. Pissing me off. Sorry. Random rant.
Loose and lose.
Yeah, someone's gonna lose their job. Losing their job. It's like, no, lose. Lose. As in win, lose. God damn it. Like,
What if they're a prostitute? They could totally lose their job in that sense.
Jesus Christ. I can't, this tries
Losing their job will cause them to lose their job.
To loose their job. Be correct. Jesus, this stream.
What do senior citizen prostitutes use for lubricant? They just pick their scabs.
No, they use grammar Nazi tears like myself.
That's what I was thinking too, is like the tears of the cucks. It's better
So I
than
got this,
like prison lube.
Prison lube.
Yeah.
Isn't that just spit?
Spit and blood.
I don't know. My sister-in-law is a guard at the federal prison, and she has some nasty-ass stories of how inventive people are about shoving stuff up their own ass.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I heard people did it with like maple syrup. I've heard people do it with like
like
the egg yolk, like scrambled eggs.
Spit, hair gel, conditioner, shampoo, Vaseline,
Scrambled
all of it.
eggs, doctor. Scrambled eggs.
Yeah. Jelly or syrup.
Somebody tried actually using like just
I'm talking about tossing the salad.
Somebody tried to like rubbing a potato with like a slice of ham that they got for their dinner, and they thought that would lubricate it to shove up their own ass.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of these people are forced to do it.
I actually heard a story. I actually have a story about this this guy in jail that was trying to get revenge on this guy. So he took a few ping pong balls from the recreational room. He stole them, and he found them in the shower, and then he shoved like a few ping pong balls up the dude's ass.
Was this guy Thai?
Yeah, I think so.
It would make sense. It would make sense.
Necessity is the mother of invention, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even be mad.
I've been to Thailand. I've seen that shit. So
You don't want to know the shit that I've seen.
Oh, I've seen some nasty shit.
I've seen some nasty shit.
Hey, did you have fun in Thailand?
No.
I went to Thailand in the year that they had some like sports day thing going on, and apparently they're very culturally ignorant and historically ignorant about things. And as a result of that, we're seeing this massive parade go by, and we just kind of like walk up and go, "Oh, what's going on here? Why are all the students dressed up like SS soldiers? Why are they carrying a Nazi flag? What the fuck is going on?"
Hitler is
you
like
can look it up. That actually happened.
Oh no, Hitler is a pop culture icon.
Apparently, they had no idea. Like they knew the symbol, and they had the various ideas of like the uniforms and stuff, but they had no idea about like the atrocities of the Second World War.
Right.
Just completely ignorant of that.
You should look up commercials in popular streets and food areas in Thai. I have a good chuckle. Like Hitler selling soda pop, Hitler selling CDs, Hitler selling condoms. It's great.
Are you sure it's not Charlie Chaplin?
No, I'm pretty sure it's Hitler.
Either one would be fine.
I don't think.
It's not a good option either way. You know, one fondled children, the other one killed lots of people.
Yeah, I don't get the mustache. I just don't get it. Either one of them, I just don't get it. Like I kind of get a soul patch. I have a piercing there, so I get that, and the hair naturally kind of grows there. But the Hitler mustache, I forget what it's actually called, but like I don't get it.
To each his own. Everybody's fucked up, so I just let you have whatever haircut you want.
Yeah, but you meet someone with the fucking mustache like that, that's like meeting someone with a mohawk right now. It's like you kind of think twice about what you're saying around over. How much you're gonna let them hold the gun and things like that. Sure, you can drive the car here.
Let me just give you the keys here. Hop on in. Hey, they're usually the ones that know where the good weed spots are.
Maybe that's what everybody in Germany was hoping.
Yeah.
He knows what he's saying. Look at his fucking mustache. Nobody would wear a mustache like that unless they knew what they were doing.
Thai school's Nazi themed parade.
Yeah, that was interesting to see.
That's so
Hey,
good.
but Doctor, did he get drunk on snake wine and hang out with ladyboy hookers?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't need to be drunk to hang out with the ladyboys.
You wouldn't have to be.
That's what you go to Thailand for.
I was there with my fiance, and we were literally hanging out with the ladyboys after hours. Like we were drunk and just took them out, and they were showing us around the city. So
they spoke English?
Some of them did.
Excellent. Makes it all the better.
They essentially have to, because yes, while ladyboys are just strippers, no, they are also prostitutes, and they cater to a lot of English-speaking individuals.
Oh, the dog's whining.
I wonder what the catering consists of.
Mostly
probably,
docking.
like coincidentally, dogs.
Mostly what? Like,
Well,
did you
a
say
dog position, maybe. But.
Like doggy style. Or reverse cowgirl or whatever.
Reverse cowgirl.
Well, that was my fiance at the time, was, of course, transgender, so they had a lot to talk about, and we ended up basically having a free tour guide around Thailand. So it all worked out pretty well.
I would always like to go there and Brazil, like Sao Paulo.
You do not want to go to Thailand. You walk off that plane and you immediately wish you had bought nose plugs.
No, I mean,
outside of the external chat, someone was talking to you about the London thing. two people hurt, 20 or so taken to the hospital. Yeah, I wouldn't try to bring the room down. They're talking like I was just trying to bring your attention to them, yelling at you.
Well, I'm trying to keep this dog calm.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing that for me.
Yeah. I was trying to keep an eye on it, but I failed for a while because it was probably 20 minutes ago when they messaged it.
No, but I'm in Bangkok in Thailand, not Thailand as a whole. That place in Rio in Brazil.
They really need to think about changing the name of Bangkok. Given what your country is associated with, and given what most people come to your country for, maybe you should change the name of your capital, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Yeah.
It looks like Hannah took off too. I didn't notice.
Yeah,
I don't know if she's dropped before. Maybe she's on mobile.
Maybe. Yep, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Thanks for the hangout, Wolf.
Yeah, no problem.
It was fun talking with Atheist Ranger about that stuff earlier. I wildly disagree with him. Like, I wildly disagree with Atheist Ranger, but I even more so disagree with Antonio's take on this and the non-argument or this argument from authority crap.
What do you disagree with Atheist Ranger on? I think I missed that bit.
I didn't bring it up because I didn't want to make the hangout about that. Like, he doesn't think that it's a life. He doesn't think that.
I think we actually covered that, which that was actually my criticism of Atheist Ranger, in that, you know, a fetus is alive, it is human, but personhood is a separate issue from that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm more pro-life than pro-choice because of that. Because I think there's consciousness involved in suffering, and like when something can feel pain, not only feel pain, but can realize it's in pain and suffer from it.
Well, if you were to take a consciousness criterion approach, that would preclude like newborn babies. So I kind of take exception to that.
We sort of covered that in the beginning, though, about like it being.
I would say are conscious. When I say conscious, I'm meaning can have a sense of self, like it can have
self-awareness.
It can have thought. Put it that way.
Yeah.
And that's all it needs. A baby
can have thought and have self-awareness are kind of different things.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to actually say it clear. I'm meaning have thought. Like it can have thought. I don't think it could suffer without having thought. So it has to be able to have thought. And when I say sense of self, I'm not talking about self-awareness. I'm talking about being able to be stabbed and feel it and suffer. Have the thought about the pain.
To be able to actually perceive pain.
Right. To have the thought about the pain. Right.
So the curious thing about that would be crabs actually have a sense of self under that description, and that they actually do feel pain when they are electrocuted.
Right. A lot of things might. I think there's some good arguments to be made for veganism and for not doing stuff like that. Like, I'm not personally. Maybe I'm just veganism. I'll be immoral as hell even if I found good reason. Yeah. Like, I'm still eating steak at it.
Yeah, it's like, I know it's immoral, but it fucking tastes good, right?
Yep.
No, I'm a vegetarian, so I don't really have any issues with people kind of like presenting that argument. I totally get it. I miss meat so much, but if you're gonna ascribe personhood on that level, I don't think veganism is the way to go, because there are other ways that you can get your protein, but that's a whole other hangout that we can delve into.
But I'm not. Let me make this clear. I'm not saying you can't kill conscious things.
Of course
I'm
not.
saying-
No.
Okay. I want to make sure, like, because
No,
even if a crab,
it would be
even if-
unreasonable of me to take what you said and interpret that to mean I can't kill a man who's raping my wife or something like that.
right? Or like, well, even the crab itself, like you could kill the crab too. You could kill conscious things.
Yeah.
It's just you've got to be justified in doing it. Unjustified doing it, I would consider murder. And
Yeah.
I think that would fall under the same thing if we found it. If it was unjustified, the abortion, you could call it murder. I'm not sure that's actually like going on in big numbers that we need some.
Well, you could call it an unjustified killing. I don't necessarily think that you could call it an unjustified killing of a human person. As an example, I actually knew a woman who feared she was pregnant. When I was 16, she was 18. She goes to get tested to ensure that she's pregnant or not. She comes out with tears of joy. She's not pregnant. And, we ask her, oh, what would you have done if you had found out you're pregnant? And she said, well, I would have had an abortion. And we started getting to talking, and it was later revealed that she doesn't use condoms because it's against Catholicism.
Right.
And me being a devout Catholic at the time, as well as my sister, who is her best friend, both immediately had alarm bells go off in her head, which is premarital sex is against Catholicism, as well as abortion.
Right.
But for some reason, premarital sex with condoms and the intent that if you get pregnant, you can have an abortion is fine in this woman's fucking idea.
Right. Yeah,
it's like that's where we took moral offense to this, which it was radically inconsistent.
Yeah, it either had to do with feeling or that she was too embarrassed to ask for the condom, or those aren't the real reasons, kind of thing.
It was she was too drunk to ask for the condom, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Usually only comes down to a few things at the heart of it, kind of deal.
So, yeah, it's like I view that, her decision that if she had been pregnant to have an abortion as a kind of, secondary form of contraceptive, simply because she didn't want to have it, not because her decision was robbed from her or because there's some kind of medical necessity or anything like that. I would view that as ethically wrong.
Yeah, I kind of that is where,
even though there's no individual there to be affected by this, there's no sentience.
Right, it's not murder essentially.
It's no, but it is an unjustified killing.
Right. But that's where we start placing value on life, right? And that's why I draw the line at the conscious.
No, it doesn't have to deal with placing value on life. It has to do with the actual character of the individual and the intentions of their acts. Kind of a more virtue ethicist approach.
Okay, what you're saying about the ethics, right?
Yeah.
Or why you find it ethically wrong to
why I find it ethically abhorrent is because it really is reminiscent of a character flaw in the individual themselves,
right?
As to why they would choose to do this. Like they lacked responsibility and foresight. They didn't plan ahead or prepare for an inevitable consequence or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Like absolutely. Even though, when I was in high school, the prospect of me knocking someone up was virtually nil. Like I would have to be passed out drunk and basically raped for me to knock someone up. And but nevertheless, I always carried a condom around in my pocket, just in the inevitable case that someone decided to take advantage of me and I was drunk enough to be taken advantage of.
Right.
But still loose enough to tell them where the condom is. Like nice. I prepared for all bases.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, no, I've had situations where I've said it on air before. I had been taken advantage of. I had a friend knock down the door to get me to help me out, and that instance didn't even have anything to do with being drunk. It had to do with someone being bigger and stronger
and horny.
Mm-hmm. Big girl. There's nothing I could do about it.
Very big girl.
But yeah, you actually highlight something I brought up earlier is there's two issues at least that get intertwined in this, and one is abortion okay, and one is someone's choice for abortion okay, right? Like I don't know if I'm wording those exactly right, but it seems to be at least two separate actual issues there.
It kind of is. The way I would word it is abortion permissible under the law? And if it is, or if it isn't, where does personal responsibility factor into it?
Yeah, right on.
So, like, one of the objections, the reason why we always bring up, like, the limitations of abortion, where it's always people are asking, do you make exceptions in the case of rape and incest? And people think that this is kind of like a progressive thing to say, is because early on in the 1960s and the 1970s, people just thought, it's a person, it's human, don't kill it, that's it. It doesn't matter how it was conceived. And people often resulted to victim blaming, where it was the woman didn't decide to go out and have sex. She didn't decide to go out and conceive a child. But as a result of that, she got raped, and people actually started blaming the rape victim. And we still kind of see this today, especially on Fox News.
Sure.
So that's why that question is asked. Why these exceptions are so relevant, even in a pro-life stance, because personal responsibility is a factor that you have to consider in this scenario, at least as far as the ethics of it, not necessarily the legality.
Yeah, absolutely. And this goes. I want to say something on the Fox News comment real quick, because I think if people wouldn't if they wouldn't get so boisterous and so parabolic with their language about the perpetrator or the aggressor in the situations, that the other people wouldn't feel so vehemently like victim blame and feel that they needed to bring that stuff out. It still might, victim blaming still might happen, but it wouldn't happen on such a large scale and big level like that. And it seems like everybody just starts arguing louder and louder and louder at each other until it just becomes normal, and it's aggravating. But I agree with you on the ethics of personal responsibility. And I think if you bring the science into it, you end up at the same conclusion.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of one of the reasons why I kind of formed the position I did, which was a scenario in my law class was presented to us when I was in high school, where you had three individuals, and there's a difference between the scenarios, but one of them just wanted to have an abortion because she didn't like the color of the hair of the child that she was going to have. And that literally just morally offends me for some reason. And part of the reason is there's no justification for diminishing a potential human just in virtue of the color of what hair they would have, any more than if there is an actual person there. So, like, yes, there's no one there to offend, but it speaks volumes to the character and the personality of the individual who's making the decision, and that kind of is an abhorrent thing to hold.
See, I think I would arrive at the same conclusion for different reasons, because I don't care about the potentiality of something. I don't look into the future that way, or I don't view life in the future. I don't think anything's certain in that way, so I don't think it can be like a reliable, productive model.
Yeah. Well, so the way the hypothetical
but I still view it
as
that it is as life, right? Like,
yeah. Well, for me, it doesn't have to do with it being alive. It was the way the hypothetical is presented is, yes, this child will be born. Yes, it will be born with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Right.
And that is medically certain at this point.
Right.
And the mother has some kind of a prejudice against blonde-haired, blue-eyed children. And so she says, oh, I don't want to have that. Abort it.
Right.
And it's like, that does offend me.
Yeah, that's a little
just as much as if, like, oh, your fetus is going to be an African-American child. ew, I don't want that, abort it. It's like that speaks volumes of the individual, that they have some kind of a character flaw within themselves that they wouldn't have to work on and amend.
Yep. No,
It has
that
nothing
was
to
way
do
more
with
explanatory.
it has nothing to do with offending a potential person who doesn't exist yet or anything like that. It
Right.
has to do entirely with the individual making the decision and the character that they have.
Mm-hmm.
That's my whole qualm with that. It's like this person actually has a character that is inconsistent with how the world is progressing, and it's actually going to present an obstruction to them achieving the best life possible that they could have.
Right. The eudaimonia situation. I agree.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Like just being able to reflect on life and saying, yes, I lived a good life, kind of thing. Yeah, and that's why I say I think there's two issues going on again, because I see it there. There's this ethical choice, like you said, and then there's what's physically going on and what's legal in any given country at any given time.
Yeah. And I've got this stupid ass dog whining at me.
No, you're fine. Go play with the dog. I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Yeah, I may as well. So
Thanks again.
I think this is going well. I think we saw made our points clear. I think we pretty much crushed Antonio Fletcher's video and as well as covered a degree of different topics and viewpoints. I'm gonna call it here. It's been a decent night out. I like everyone for coming and was involved. Right, this has been Wolf King. Peace out. If you like this hangout, like this video, you know what to do. Like, babe, comment, share, all that. And peace out. El Satan.
Get him a new connection.
And